Twitter feeds. So hello everyone. We're going to be here today reacting to the trial of Derek Chauvin, closing arguments for the defense. Do you want to just give briefly your impressions? We just watched the prosecution side, briefly what your impressions are of the prosecution. This is my friend Shaolin, JG Shaolin. I'm of course the nerd man, Hot Takes Tuesdays. Of Hot Takes Tuesdays, my channel. And what's your impression been of the prosecution so far?
So far, I'm not thoroughly impressed with him. I thought there were some good parts in his closing arguments, but he left some holes that I think the defense is going to attack. If I were the defense, I would attack him anyway. I'm not hoping for the most brutal charge that can be thrown against Chauvin, just based on history and everything and all that stuff. But
you're hoping. I think you're hoping for it, but what you mean is,
I'm hoping for it.
You don't think it's going to
I
happen
just don't think it's
based on. Well, I honestly think, look, there's going to be jurors in there, and there might be even some who not have been convinced, but are contemplating reasonable doubt. And then there are going to be people who go to the closing arguments, and they're going to be like, oh yeah, this defense lawyer did poke some holes, he did a good job. But then there are people, hopefully, who are going to go to the evidence, and they're going to go, but wait a minute, did he do such a good job? Forget about what the prosecution's closing argument was. Let's think about the actual evidence here. Did he do a great job of poking it down? Let's go back and look over that evidence here. And I hope that's what happens, because a closing argument really is a conclusion to an argument, right? Where you put together all of the parts to the disparate parts of the body of your argument, right? You'll like say there's an essay, there'll be the opening, objective. Your objective is to prove this. Then there's the body, which is the argument, right? And then there's the conclusion, which shows how your arguments, proved your objective. And I think what I'm saying is that their argument was good. It did prove their objective. Their closing did well enough to wrap it all up. What it didn't do, and I think this is the problem that the prosecution had, is it didn't remind them precisely why the testimony of their experts led to their conclusion. They didn't remind, like, every time, this is what the medical people are saying, and that's why it leads to this conclusion. This is what the people are saying, and that's why it leads to this conclusion. That's my general thought on it. It was soft. It was soft, bro.
Yeah.
What? Oh, I thought you might have something to say.
I was about to throw in the 8 Mile reference with the ending battle with Eminem and Papa Doc. When he's using everything. What I would have wanted was prosecution to use exactly what the defense was going to try to use and throw it back at him. Right? Like,
exactly.
Hey, like we talked about all these so-called experts that they supposedly had, which was not an expert at all. And I would have just picked at every little detail the defense came with, just picked at it. Pick it apart. And that's the other, I'm just constantly saying pick. And,
no, that's good. That's good. I agree with you.
Pick it apart. And so by the time the defense comes, oh damn, what are we gonna say? Because they torpedoed everything we were gonna use.
Right.
And so now, like, and we discussed the toxology report, right? Are they gonna try to use that? Because I can't see anything they can use, really, because in my heart of hearts, I believe the defense knows that they've lost. I mean, they're going to get charged with something. Something's going to come down. But
Well, I think
what's your
they
problem
could get
not to get one?
they could reasonably get charged for everything from what
Mhm.
this case has what this case has shown. That's what I'm saying. But you need to emphasize exactly why, precisely why. You know, remind the jury, just in case they've forgotten. These guys only had one expert. This is
Exactly.
one of the biggest cases in the world. If there were experts out there who believed that this guy wasn't guilty and this was an injustice against Derek Chauvin, if there were experts out there who genuinely believed that, they would have come to this trial. They would have come out and said it. This is an injustice. This police officer did not kill this man. And this is our scientific proof as to how they could get one. We got the experts who believed, who came from different places around the world, who didn't get paid, who were just like those bystanders, just concerned citizens, like
Hmm.
those bystanders. Except they had scientific expertise to prove what the bystanders instinctually knew, that he was killing this man. And we got 9 of them. We got 9 police force. We got 4 doctors. We could, you know, they they just, I mean, I just can't believe they didn't say that.
Yeah, and even
You
with
know,
all that, I just out of all the, like you said, he can be charged with each and every count. But I think he's gonna get charged with the lesser. I just is and I hope not. I hope he gets charged with all of them. I hope he gets the book thrown at him, but I just don't think it's gonna happen.
all right, let's play. Let's find out what this defense lawyer has to say. This is going to be really aggravating for me. I'm glad you're here to support me with this. He's going to say some bullshit that's going to. I just hope I have my computer. That's all I'm saying. If I just
Hmm.
go off at one point, then you know my computer's dead and I've broken my computer, because this guy can piss me off sometimes. Let's hear.
May it please the court.
He looks like an
Counsel,
asshole. Look at him.
Mr. Chauvin, members of the jury. I want to take this opportunity first to thank each and every one of you.
He's
for your
probably got a
service,
fucking
your
heart
diligence,
condition.
and your
If he
attention.
put his neck on his knee on his neck, he'd be
Recognize
like,
the
"Yeah, it
perception
was a
that jury
fucking heart
service
attack."
places on
They
your
should have
personal
told
and
him that. They
professional
should have
lives,
said that.
especially in a case of this magnitude and
Look at
direction.
this lawyer.
On
Look at
behalf
his
of Mr.
stomach. You think
Chauvin,
he doesn't have
I
a
want to
heart
thank each and every one
condition?
of you
Would
for
it be
your
fucking
attention to
homicide
this jury.
if he had to put his knee on his neck?
I'm going to apologize if I get a little
It depends on
long-winded,
who's putting a knee on the neck.
because I get one bite at the apple here. The state has an opportunity to rebut my statement after this. There's so very much we need to cover. There's so very much we need to
Look,
talk about, and it is all important.
look. He's so confident. I can see it because they didn't cover
Before I
enough.
begin my review of the evidence in this case, I would like to address
He's annoying
two
me because he
very
can't be
crucial
still. Look
points
at
of
him.
law
Good
that
God.
were touched on by the state. The presumption. In this case, the totality of the circumstances that were known to a reasonable police officer in the
Wait,
precise
wait.
moment
I've
the force
skipped.
was
Yeah,
used
something
It
happened.
skipped.
demonstrates that this was an authorized use of force,
Yeah, sorry. We need to go back.
as unattractive as it may be.
Sorry.
And this is reasonable doubt.
Yeah, that should be good right there.
This jury. I'm going to apologize if I get a little long-winded, because I get one bite at the apple here. The state has an opportunity to rebut my statement after this. There's so very much we need to cover. There's so very much we need to talk about, and it is all important. Before I begin my review of the evidence in this case, I would like to address two very crucial points of law, and they were touched on by the state. The presumption of innocence and what proof beyond a reasonable doubt means. The presumption of innocence, the defendant is presumed innocent. That's the starting point. He's presumed innocent of these charges. And this presumption remains with him throughout the course of the trial, the presentation of the evidence, throughout the course of your deliberations, until and unless the state has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant does not have to prove his innocence. We talked about this in jury selection. We talked about the starting point. The defendant doesn't have to try to catch up. He starts at the presumption of innocence. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Here's the definition that the judge just read you. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is such proof as ordinary prudent men and women would act upon in their most important affairs. A reasonable doubt is a doubt that is based upon reason and common sense. It does not mean a fanciful or capricious doubt, nor does it mean beyond all possibility of doubt. The law recognizes three standards of proof. The preponderance of the evidence is the first and lowest standard. Clear and convincing evidence is the next standard. And the third standard is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And the way we lawyers sometimes illustrate what these three standards mean is through the scales of justice, right? The scales of justice equally balanced. When you apply the standard of the preponderance of the evidence, it's also called the scintilla of the evidence. A single grain of sand tips the scales in the favor of one party or the other. And this burden of proof is used in
civil cases. Yes, I understand.
Somebody
so that's like
wants to take away your driver's license, for an example. That is the burden of proof that the state has in that type of a case. They have to just ever so slightly convince the finder of fact that their evidence supports their action. The next standard is clear and convincing evidence. I mean, that's pretty self-explanatory, right? It is clear evidence and it convinces you, the finder of fact, that the action is correct. This is the standard of proof that is used if the state wants to take away your children. Clear and convincing evidence. It tips the scales more in the favor of one party over
the prosecution,
the other. The highest standard in this country is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Essentially, what the state has to convince you is that the evidence in this case completely eliminates any reasonable doubt, or in other words, leaving only unreasonable doubt.
This is why that 3 minutes was so important.
Fancy, capricious doubt.
That's why they need to nail in scientifically, police force wise, why that 3 minutes.
Space aliens flew in, inhabited the body of Derek Chauvin, and caused this death. That's fanciful.
He's already 10 times more charismatic than the prosecutor.
The reasonable doubt. It is the highest standard in the law. Doesn't mean beyond all possibility of doubt, because I suppose
he's explaining things very clearly.
Inhabiting his body, but that's obviously fanciful and capricious. So these two standards, the presumption of innocence and proof beyond a reasonable doubt, work in concert with each other. You start with the proposition that Mr. Chauvin is innocent of these charges. The state has to advance substantial evidence to convince you that the only
they should have got the black guy on, guy. They should have got him on.
Reasonable doubts.
I don't know why they didn't. Already, like, he's so much more charismatic, that black guy.
Exactly.
As you analyze the evidence in this case, you would simply have to find that any defense that has been advanced is unreasonable. That's what this standard is all about. I want to take this opportunity also to talk to you about the importance of reading the entire instruction, because I've seen, and lawyers, and I'm going to do it too, right? We pick and choose those things that help us make our case and help us argue our case. That's our job as lawyers, is to point out words and phrases within the instructions that make the difference in the case, and to take that evidence and present it to you in such a way that it supports our proposition. That's what we do. That's why you are instructed that if your memories of the evidence is different, that if the judge's law is what applies. But take the time to carefully read the
Look at him. He's not reading anything. He's not,
He's not stumbling over words. He's not, he's
throughout the course of this trial, you've seen us do this, right? Little snippets, a second here, a second there, a screenshot here, a screenshot there. You need to review the entirety of the evidence in this case.
Yeah, and it will make him look even more guilty.
And I can tell you that some of the videos that we've seen, they're much longer than what was presented in court.
No, they're not. They're 9 minutes and 29.
And you're going to see,
but he's going to make it seem longer than it's supposed to be.
Go through this case today.
Bullshit.
So take the time and conduct an honest assessment of the facts of this case. Compare it to the law as the judge instructs you, and the entirety of the law. That's why the instructions tell you, consider the instructions as a whole.
Get ready to be triggered. It's coming.
I've told you that lawyers like to present evidence that favors them. Right? But we have to be intellectually honest about the evidence. We have to present it in an honest and intellectually cohesive and coherent manner. And I have to address something that I think is important. And I think it is a prime example of what I am asking you and what is your obligation to do, to look at the evidence in light of all of the other pieces of evidence. So you heard during the testimony of Dr. Fowler that one of the things that he considered is the possibility that carbon monoxide was present and could have contributed to an environment that created an oxygen.
We already knew that he's proven this wrong.
You heard that testimony. In rebuttal to that testimony, the state brought Dr. Tobin back in, and he told you, we can completely disregard that. We know as a fact, we know conclusively that Mr. Floyd did not have carbon monoxide because his oxygen was saturated to 98%. And you just heard the state say, just like I am right here, right? So it stands to reason. I could get up in front of you and I could argue to you, we know this wasn't asphyxiation because George Floyd had a 98% oxygen level. How could he have been asphyxiated at the hospital with a 98% oxygen level? But that's not intellectually honest. It doesn't stack up against the rest of the evidence because of what we know, right? We heard the testimony of Seth Bravender.
That's not what he's trying to say. Oh my God.
We heard the testimony.
I remember this testimony. It's not what he's trying to do.
They came in and they said they began resuscitative efforts. They introduced oxygen, an oxygen supply. They're manually breathing for him. They're re-oxygenating his blood. So when you look at that piece of evidence, when you look at a piece of evidence like that, you have to compare it against all of the other evidence. Because you can't come in and say, George Floyd, on one hand, George Floyd died of asphyxiation. but he has a 98% oxygen level.
Yes, you can.
His blood is oxygenated.
Yes, you can. That's bullshit.
Then it stands to reason the opposite is true as well. You can't come in and say, I can conclusively prove that Mr. Floyd didn't have carbon monoxide in his blood because he had this high oxygen saturation. You test one statement against the evidence of.
This is actually not true. I want to look into this further, but this is factually not the case. So what they're talking about was the, like if you talk about the levels that you will need for carbon monoxide poisoning, right? That it's always got the inverse amount. So if you've got like 40% carbon monoxide, you'll probably have 60%, around 60% oxygen, right?
Yeah.
Or so it's kind of an inverse proportion. There's other things going on there, but there's an inverse proportion to this, right? So even if you were re-oxygenated for some time, because he's already in an unstable position, or should I say, he's in a more stable position in terms of how much his blood or whatever can be, re-oxygenated, because his heart had stopped beating, his vitals had gone. So there's not blood pumping around at the same kind of level, feeding him oxygen anymore. So that's not possible. Whatever his levels were going to show if, because like, for instance, let's give you an example. You find somebody in a car who's been, who's committed suicide by putting the exhaustion pipe in, and has very low oxygen, right? Somebody brings them out of the car, right, just before they're about to die of carbon monoxide poisoning. Or sorry, they've brought them out of the car once they've lost their pulse and everything, but they've brought them out of the car at a point where they can still give them CPR and hopefully they live, right? So you get them into the ambulance, you start re-oxygenating them. I need to check this. I need to double check this, but I'm pretty sure I'm right about this. You try and re-oxygenate them, and essentially, you try and do CPR, you try and re-oxygenate, you put them external oxygen, but they die like 2 minutes later, right? Their death is like almost like 3 minutes. They try. Maybe their vitals stay a little bit responsive for a while, but ultimately it was too much. Their body couldn't handle it. They die. Now you take that person, right, and you don't even tell the doctor or the what do they call them, the autopsy person. You don't even tell the autopsy person how that person died, and they'll still be able to see by their carbon monoxide levels that they died of that poisoning, carbon monoxide poisoning, right? They'll still see an unnatural level of carbon monoxide in their bloodstream, no matter what. Now, the other thing that he's talking about, now, if you die because of lack of oxygen, right, and somebody puts it on the neck, you're not having artificial carbon monoxide you're having very natural kind of levels of carbon monoxide being pumped into your body. It's like just a natural thing. You're not being able to exhale what you'd naturally exhale. So you just have a normal level. So it's perfectly plausible that if somebody comes in and tries to resuscitate you by breathing, your oxygen level may come back to normal, but your heart is still stopped. Your vital, your heart is still not pumping blood. Your brain has stopped. You're dead, right? So you could, because, as I said, if you're getting the fumes from a car, it's very different from that kind of poisoning from just having natural like somebody's cut off your oxygen, so you're not being able to, or cut off your pipes for you to be able to exhale. Do you know what I mean? The carbon monoxide or whatever. I have to look this up, but I'm pretty sure that's true. And this is really misleading testimony here. I mean,
that's what he has to do. He has to mislead the jury. I mean, it's like what was told to me once. The defense tells a story, the prosecution tells a story, and the jury decides who tells the best story, right? He has to make us believe. He has to tell us that the sky's red and make us believe it, right? That's what he has to do right now. And so far, I don't buy anything he's saying, but the story alone is drawing me in to actually want to actually listen to what the hell he has to say.
I get
what the jury's going to focus on.
I get what you're saying, and I suppose that's true. But like, I mean, this has got to be common sense. That, and as I said, a person would be able to tell you that somebody had died of carbon monoxide poisoning if they'd been put in a car, the exhaustion fumes, and they just stayed in that car and whatever, and then somebody tried to resuscitate them after they tried to reoxygenate them, failed, and then the person goes to autopsy, they will show levels of carbon monoxide poisoning. So this is completely scientifically, I don't know. And again, this is why they needed to hammer home the science of this. This is what I was saying.
This is wonderful.
I knew that he was going to use this, junk science against them. I knew it, and that's why somebody needed to educate them on the science. Because this is what they're going to use, and it's appalling already. But you're right. He is telling a better story. He's telling a more compelling story. He's more confident up there. Hopefully, again, it's not the closing arguments shouldn't really impact you so much, but they do. That's the problem. They do. You really need to be thinking about the evidence presented in the case. But again, he's wrapping this up in a better way so far than the prosecution did.
Other people, and you compare. That is what you as jurors are obligated to do, and what I am asking you to do. Compare the evidence against itself. Test it. Challenge it. Compare it to the law. Read the instructions in their entirety. Start from the point of the presumption of innocence and see how far the state can get. I submit to you that the state has failed to meet its burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Mr. Chauvin has been charged, as the state indicated, with these 3 charges, and the judge has instructed you. Count 1 is second-degree murder while committing a felony. It's also
why is he taking his mask off?
Kind of the textbook example is, I run into the liquor store, I pull a gun, I'm intending to rob the liquor store. My gun goes off, I shoot and kill the teller. I didn't intend to go in and murder that person, but the death of that teller occurred while I was committing a felony. That's the felony murder rule. He's been charged with murder in the 3rd degree for performing an intentional act that was eminently dangerous. Right? You've seen the instructions, you've heard them. And manslaughter in the 2nd degree. Again, the law has all of the words, it defines the words you need, and the instructions should be considered in their entirety.
I want to see the news people pretend that this closing argument wasn't much better.
With a client, I try to explain what the elements are.
Like saying he in 5 minutes has more intrigue than the prosecution did.
That the criminal case is kind of like baking chocolate chip cookies. You have to have the necessary ingredients. You've got to have flour and sugar and butter and chocolate chips, and whatever else goes into those chocolate chip cookies. If you have all of the ingredients, you can make chocolate chip cookies. But if you're missing any one single ingredient, you can't.
Do you see how he's talking to them?
Simple kind of
you can tell that they like him.
But the criminal law works the same way. We say we call the ingredients the elements.
He wouldn't be talking to them if they didn't like him.
Of proving
if they weren't
attentive element beyond a reasonable doubt. Not just some global.
He's breaking things down to make it very understandable.
Beyond a reasonable doubt. They have to prove each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt. And if you determine that they have done so, you convict. But if they are missing any one single element, it is a not guilty verdict. And you saw the spreadsheet that the state put up, right? The elements are a little different in each of these cases. And some of these elements will take less of your consideration. You will have to look at the evidence, and you will have to, for example, determine is Cup Foods in the city of Minneapolis, is Minneapolis in the county of Hennepin, is Hennepin County in the state of Minnesota? Did this happen on May 25th, 2020, right? It's going to take less of your consideration, but nevertheless, you have to do that. You have to go through that process. Two of the elements that I want to focus on during the course of my discussion here today, two of these elements are common throughout, or two of these issues are common and apply to all three counts. And so I want to focus my remarks today on those two issues. The first, were Mr. Chauvin's actions an authorized use of force by a peace officer, right? Because in the instructions, it specifically tells you no crime is committed if it was an authorized use of force, period, end of discussion. The second is an element that is and does appear in all three counts. That is the cause of death. What caused Mr. Floyd's death? And we're going to talk about that second. So let's start with the concept of reasonable force. As the instructions read in their entirety, no crime is committed if a police officer's actions were justified by the police officer's use of reasonable force in the line of duty in effecting a lawful arrest or preventing an escape from custody. The kind and degree of force a police officer may lawfully use in executing his duties is limited by what a reasonable police officer in the same situation would believe to be necessary. Any use of force beyond that is not reasonable. To determine if the actions of the police officer were reasonable, you must look at those facts which a reasonable officer in the same situation would have known at the precise moment the officer acted with force. You must decide whether the officer's actions were objectively reasonable in light of the totality of the facts and circumstances confronting the officer and without regard to the officer's own subjective state of mind, intention, or motivations. The defendant is not guilty of a crime if he used force as authorized by law. And to prove guilt, the state must further prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant's use of force was not authorized by law. So, you remember from my opening statements and how I talked about reason and common sense, right? The reasonable police officer standard. I want to just briefly add one thing here, is the standard is not what should the officer have done in these circumstances. It's not what could the officer have done differently in these circumstances. The standard is what were the facts that were known to this officer at the precise moment he used force, and considering all of the totality of circumstances and facts known to the officer, what would a reasonable police officer have done? You have heard from numerous experts, police use of force experts, the training department from the Minneapolis Police Department. You've heard from police officers, street police officers, Sergeant Edwards, Sergeant Pluger, right? So you've heard from these people, and they have given you their opinions at various stages as to the reasonableness of the use of force. But one of the things that one of the things that all of these police officers effectively agreed to is that when you look at the question of what would a reasonable police officer do, knowing the facts of the case, there are things that a police officer is entitled to take into consideration above and beyond the facts, right? Their training, the training that they receive, their experience as a police officer, the department's policies on the use of force. And all of these things kind of lead into the question of, most critically,
I think he's losing.
What are the facts that were known to the police officer, the reasonable police officer?
He's losing me at the moment.
The force was used.
Yeah, I got a little lost right there.
So you can start at a very high level, right? What were the reasonable police officers' knowledge of the area be? Is this a high crime location? Is it a low crime area? Those are things, those are facts that a police officer would know. What are the specifics of the location of arrest, right? Am I going into a densely populated urban environment, or am I in a kind of a secluded backyard, right? Officer is calculating these pieces of information and assessing the risk, assessing the threats. Officers are entitled to kind of take into consideration things that you and I don't think about. Their tactical advantages, their tactical disadvantages. They can take into consideration the scene security, keeping the scene secure, and security of the scene, right? Those are two different concepts. So kind of, again, focusing back into what facts were known at the precise moment force is used, you can then take into consideration kind of this mid-range level of information.
Again, this is why they needed to, because this is all bullshit.
Yeah.
This is why that 3 minutes, I kept saying that 3 minutes was so important for them to keep hammering in, because he needs to address that 3 minutes, even though they didn't, even though the prosecution didn't hammer that in, because that's where, no matter what you think, a crime was committed. At that point, a crime was committed. When he was pulseless, he has a duty of care to him. He was pulseless, no matter what you think at that point. Not giving him CPR, not giving him is murder. Well, I don't know what it says by the law, but I'm sure they could fit it in somewhere.
Yeah.
But at that point, and he should have said, I fully expect that the defense is gonna come up and explain to you, fine gentlemen, exactly why, they think that it was appropriate for him to continue this use of force on a man who effectively was dead, who had passed out, who was pulseless. When they knew he was pulseless, on what level of training, where could they justify this? No one was shooting at them. No one was, throwing knives. No one was spitting on them. No one was kicking them. No one was trying to attack them. There were some people pleading for his life, but nothing had happened where they were in the kind of warlike situation that they should not. I don't know why there's an echo there.
I don't either.
Okay. Why is there an echo? All right. Why they should not, like at that point, it's really, really important, because as I said, they're not in a position, as the state is trying to say, where anything should be a consideration apart from this man's life. You know, all right, if somebody pulled out a gun and started shooting at them at that point when they pulled him over to give him CPR, then okay, maybe hide behind the car, do whatever you need to do to keep the situation under control. There was nothing in that scenario that Derek Chauvin couldn't focus his efforts on ensuring that he lived past the point that he saw that he didn't have a pulse anymore. That's what they needed to focus on. That should have been almost like 15 minutes of their testimony should have just been to that, hammering that in again and again, hammering that in. And he's going to be able to get away with bullshit like this, where he's talking all this stuff about scenarios and scenes and abstractions and what the police officer can take. So basically what he's arguing, you know, is that police officers are allowed to kill people.
But pretty much.
That's what he's arguing.
Pretty much.
If you listen to what he's saying the law is that a police officer can just kill you because they have so many things that they can take into consideration. And that's another thing that prosecution, I'm sorry to say this, that's another thing the prosecution should have hammered in. If you want to believe what the defense is saying, the defense is telling you that a police officer can kill you. You and the jury, that Derek Chauvin, if he wants to, as a police officer, when he was a police officer, if he wanted to, because of you could say a reasonable officer can do anything by the defense standard. You know, looking at, is it a high crime area? Is it a this? Is it a that? Scene. You know, do you know what I mean? Scene control.
Yeah.
All of those things. By that standard, a police officer can do anything, and by that standard, a police officer can kill you.
And if you notice the words he used, urban area, backwoods area, those are codes for predominantly black area or predominantly what you would call a country redneck area, right? Those are what you usually see the brutality take place. You don't really see it in the suburban areas, right?
Right.
You see always either urban or those backwood country areas. And that's what he's appealing to, the fear of the jury, which is predominantly white from what we heard from reporters, right? Yeah. Oh wow, in that black neighborhood, yeah, that's scary over there. I wouldn't be caught dead over there. You know what I mean? That's what he's doing. He's spewing that bullshit to appeal to the fear of, this is what this guy had to look at. He was in a urban or black area, which is statistically usually high crime area. He had people around him. Oh man, he was in what police would say fearful of their lives or fearful of the situation. So it was hard for him to concentrate on the people around him and the George Floyd at the same time. So he did exactly what he can do, which was holding down with his knee while he was also addressing the crowd around him, waiting for backup or wherever he's going to claim he was waiting on. That's what he's going to do. That's what always happens.
So, and also what it leads to is like, oh, so should we not film officers doing terrible things? Should we not, you know, as concerned citizens, ensure that the police officers are doing the right thing? No, we should just leave them to do what they will, do what they want, right? It's an absurd argument from beginning to end, because what he's saying is, you can kill anyone in a poor neighborhood. If you're in a poor neighborhood,
pretty much,
well, you have to think about the circumstances.
Pretty much, yeah.
I mean, I can't believe that the prosecution hasn't taken him to task for this, and taken, you know, his whole case in principle to task for this argument. It's disgraceful. You're just saying, oh, well, you know, you're a poor neighborhood, a couple of people stand around you. Well, you could kill someone. That's okay. In that situation, in that situation, a reasonable officer, who has to take in the totality of events surrounding, is allowed to kill people and commit homicide, is allowed to torture people, is allowed to.
I'm going to assume that what he's going to say is, you're right, nutshell. In that case, a police officer can kill anybody they want. They can use any excuse for why they did it, right? I think what he's going to do is, yes, George Floyd was killed, but it was an accident because of the surroundings the officer was surrounded by. That's what's going to end up happening. Even though it's bullshit, that's what he has to do in order to.
What about the pulse? What about when he was pulseless?
Honestly, I think that he's going to try to go away from that. I don't think he's even going to say anything about it.
I don't think he is, and I don't think the prosecution. I bet you any money the prosecution don't bring it up, and that's it. That will be their fault. The prosecution don't hammer that in, hammer him with that. That is the one single, absolutely indisputable fact of his conduct, where you cannot, even with the most generous of imaginations, or a generous of you want to judge him on the most generous level of, he has got a presumption of innocence. The man kneeled on the pulseless, on the neck of a pulseless man. He kept him in really tough handcuffs that were, and kept on pushing his arm. They should show film of him, of his conduct in that last 3 minutes, to show that he continued to do this. I don't know why they haven't shown it. I don't know why. I don't know why they didn't hammer that in. I don't know if they're confident, or I don't know.
I think the prosecution thought they were confident, and the defense is like, "Oh, thank God you didn't mention those 3 minutes. Oh, yes, I got an opportunity, I got a chance." Right? And it's another factor that I don't think anyone has spoken about, which is, because I don't know what the temperature was that day, but if it was kind of warm based on what people were wearing around them, that concrete is going to be hotter, right? And you got the vehicle that was on, even if it was on or off, it's still heat coming from that vehicle, which also is a contributing factor to, you have your knee on his neck, or I'm sorry, neck compression. And what the defense is going to do is, he's not going to mention anything about 3 minutes. I believe he won't anyway. He's not going to mention anything about him being pulseless. He's going to hammer down on those keywords: urban people, the urban people around him, the situation, the statistically, what's the crime rate in that area. If you talk about crime in urban, you're going to assume that it's a predominantly black area full of gangs, violence, guns, and drugs. Floyd was a drug user based on what they've been saying. He's going to use all that to his advantage. Why? Because the prosecution didn't do a thoroughly good job. And like you said, those 3 minutes. And talk in drugs, I mean, no matter what, him being on his neck is what caused his death. No matter what bullshit they throw out there, if I would put my knee on your neck for 60 seconds, you can die.
They didn't say that.
They didn't say that. And he's not going to say it. If he was smart, he wouldn't say it.
No, I'm talking about the prosecution didn't say that.
Oh, yeah, of course they won't. They won't. They will not do it.
Why?
They're confident. Either they're overconfident, or a deal was made previously or prior already. Because it's unfathomable to me that you just it's so. I hate when people don't employ logic, especially when they have these careers of being lawyers, and it's your job to know these these details that are helpful. And the fact that they didn't even exploit that, it gives me a migraine. It really gives me a migraine.
Because they mentioned it, but they didn't say why it was important. They assumed the jury would know. Never assume a jury knows why a pertinent fact, the most important fact, one may argue, is important. Never, ever assume the jury know that. He's not assuming the jury knows anything.
Exactly.
The defense is not assuming the jury knows anything. He is explaining step by step what his absurd arguments are. But anyway, let's continue listening to this. I want to get this. I hope this is
takes into consideration the safety of civilians. The reasonable police officer takes into account the safety of the person that they are.
Oh, great.
They take into account what resources do I have based upon.
You've got 3, 4 cops.
What's the expected time if I call EMS? Because a reasonable police officer at times, they got to put the person in their squad car sometimes and take them because they're farther away. Calling for help, bringing help in would take longer than it would simply to take the person directly.
Okay, so why didn't they do that?
And then you look at the direct knowledge that a reasonable police officer would have at the precise moment force was used.
Pulseless.
That includes information that they gather from dispatch, their direct observations of the scene, the subjects, and the current surroundings. They have to take into consideration whether the suspect was under the influence of a controlled substance. They can take into consideration, because again, this is a dynamic and ever-changing, just like life. Things change. It's a dynamic situation. It's fluid. They take into account their experience with the subject at the beginning, the middle, the end. A reasonable police officer tries to predict or is at least cognizant and concerned about future behavior based upon past behavior. But the unpredictability of humans factors into the reasonable police officer's analysis too. Because sometimes reasonable police officers take someone into custody with no problem, and suddenly they become a problem. It can change.
Yeah, but you can't become a judge, jury, and executioner because of that.
Will take into consideration
just like you're just basically saying the police are allowed to kill people. I really want them to hammer this home that he is saying by his argument, a reasonable police officer can kill you.
He is at the scene with. Are these veteran officers? Are they rookie officers? What do I know about my partners and my partner's abilities? So throughout the course of this trial, the state has focused your attention on 9 minutes and 29 seconds. The proper analysis is to take those 9 minutes and 29 seconds and put it into the context of the totality of the circumstances that a reasonable police officer would know.
Here it comes.
And the proper analysis starts with, what did the officers, or what would a reasonable officer know at the time of dispatch? Well, these are records that are kept. They've been introduced. You can look at them. This is Exhibit 151. This is the computer-aided dispatch report. You heard the testimony of Jenna Scurry, the 911 dispatcher. This is information that they are passing out to the officers. You will see that the initial information that a police officer has in his squad car looking at his computer or hearing over the radio was that on May 25th, 2020 at 20:02:13, so that's 8:02:13, a business, Cup Foods, who police officers have the obligation to respond to these calls, whether it be from a person or a business. But a citizen of the state of Minnesota, Minneapolis, runs a business, and they called for assistance. And they told the officers, the reporting party, there is a male who provided a counterfeit bill to the business. He's 6 feet tall or higher. He's sitting on top of a blue Mercedes ML320 SUV. The license plates also appears this subject is under the influence. So the analysis of what a reasonable police officer would know in this circumstance is that a business is requesting its help. The suspect is still there. He's large, and he's possibly under the influence of alcohol.
He knows he won't say large and black.
So the analysis begins at 8:02 and 13 seconds.
If you can't handle a large person, you'd be on the
You may
police
recall
force.
the testimony of Jenna Scurry as well, and it's not
It's that simple. If you're not physically able to deal with a large person who's handcuffed, you shouldn't be in the police
You can
force.
hear the audio recording of the dispatch. Jenna Scurry.
If you have to use lethal force to control I really don't understand what this guy's arguing.
Was assigned to this call on a code 3 priority 1 basis. It's code 3, get their lights and sirens, get there fast, right? It's priority 1 because the suspect is still on scene. So per the Minneapolis Police Department policy, get there fast, the person is on the scene, right? That's what she testified. And then very quickly after that, that occurred at 8:04 and 28 seconds. Then what you see is what she told you was that the sector car.
See how he's talking about the testimony of the person, which is what I was telling you that the other guy should have done. Talk about the testimony of the thing. He said this. Do you remember when he said this?
And sector car 320, officers King and Lane took it, and that occurred at 8:05 and 11 seconds.
He's talking about times, precision.
King and Lane took it over.
You know, like the timestamp.
Go back and you can listen to the audio of that dispatch, and you can hear them talking to each other. Officers King and Lane arrive at the Cup Foods at 8:08 and 20 seconds. So now we see police officers are responding. They're on scene at 8:08. Both Jenna Scurry and Peter Chang described that during the course of the initial interaction between officers King and Lane and Mr. Floyd, through dispatch, they heard what sounded like the sounds of a struggle. Jenna Scurry described she's trained to listen. She heard these sounds of a struggle, and she aired out on her own. Other officers need to respond, code 3, to assist officers King and Lane, right? So a reasonable police officer, he's going emergent to a scene. He gets canceled from the scene. He's now being told that other officers need assistance and step it up, get there fast.
Yeah, they didn't instruct him to kill the person.
So you can see again, based on the records.
What is he saying? I mean, yeah, they told him that your guys need backup because there's a struggle.
3:30, right? So now 3:30 is Officer Chauvin and Tao.
The guys
backing up Officer King and Lane. And you can see Peter Chang respond at 8:10 and 21 seconds. You hear 320 taking one out. So that means they're removing someone from the vehicle at 8:11:02. The scene is ultimately C4, code 4, all clear at 20:12:21. So literally this demonstrates to you a couple of things. How quickly a situation can change from second to second, minute to minute. They went from get there fast, back off. Get there faster because someone needs help. It's clear. The situation is dynamic and it's fluid. They're provided with information that an officer needs assistance. They testified about the sound of a struggle, right? And if you recall, Sergeant Steiger specifically said all of this information would be known to a reasonable police officer. And it goes into and factors into the reasonableness of the use of force. Ultimately,
That doesn't even
Officer
make any
Chauvin and
sense.
Officer
I don't know what he
Kelly
just said there.
arrive at Cup Foods.
None of that suggests that you should.
Pause this for 1 second here. Sorry. When we look at Officer, I just have to give you a little piece of information. When we look at Officer Chang's video, Officer Chang arrives first. You see the time is 1:16:33 Z Zulu. That's Greenwich Mean Time. Subtract 5 from 1 a.m. get you back to 8. So Officer Chauvin and Officer Lane pull up. 8:16. Go over there.
Look how he's showing all these guys to show like it was.
Look at the area. Look what he had to deal with. Yep.
Yeah.
Don't want anybody near his car.
I told you it was coming.
Oh no! Look at the danger he was in.
Information gathering in terms of this assessment and reassessment of, again, the decision-making process of a police officer, right? Don't come over here where I am, Officer Chang says. Go over there. They need your help. Because what at that point, at that precise moment, they don't know what's happening over at the squad car. They don't know that Officers King and Lane struggled with Mr. Floyd, getting him out of the car, that they sat him down, that they stood him up.
They didn't struggle with getting him out of the car.
Any of this information, and there's no evidence to suggest that they had. So that doesn't factor into the information. It's again, a reasonable police officer. What do they know? And they don't know that. But they're starting to get some indication, hey, go over there, right? Go over there. You can see right at about 8:17, and I apologize for the quality of the picture, Officer Chauvin is arriving and walking up to the squad car. So what would a reasonable police officer see in this instance? What a reasonable police officer would see could be defined, because again, a reasonable police officer has to be aware of his department policies. Active aggression or active resistance. Let's call it active resistance. A response to police efforts to bring a person into custody or control for detainment or arrest. A subject engages in active resistance when engaging in physical actions or verbal behavior, reflecting an intention to make it more difficult for officers to achieve actual physical control. So as Derek Chauvin walks up to this scene, he has all of the information from dispatch. He has all of the information from Officer Chang sending him over. He knows his department policy on the difference between active aggression, active resistance, passive resistance, based on policy, training, etc. This is an officer's consideration of, again, the use of force. All of these things.
This might go to fucking the defense, dude.
So what does he see? He sees officers
because he's telling a good story.
Struggling with Mr. Floyd, attempting to push.
We'll see how he gets. If he's able to deal with the 9 minutes.
I'm claustrophobic.
I really think he's gonna go around the 9 minutes. He might throw little snippets here and there.
I'm claustrophobic. I just had COVID, right? He's hearing this information. He's observing with his eyes. A reasonable police officer is observing this with his eyes and his ears and assessing what he sees pursuant to policy. And what he sees, at a minimum, is active resistance. Mr. Floyd's not just simply getting in the back seat of the car. So let's watch. What does Officer Chauvin see when he walks up? This is from his body camera from 8:17 and 21 seconds to 8:18 and 15 seconds, just shy of a minute.
You can't win. I'm not trying to win. Don't get in the car. Don't get in the car. He know it. He know it too, Mr. Officer. Y'all hear me? Don't do me like that, man. Please. Okay, can I talk to you, please? So you get in the car. We can talk. I am claustrophobic. I'm claustrophobic, man. You're working with me. God, I'm claustrophobic, man. Get in the front. Please. No, you're not going to get in the front. I'm claustrophobic. Okay. I'm not a bad guy, man. In the car. I'm not a bad guy. You haven't won. Oh, man. Please.
Why would they even leave that door open?
I don't know why would they?
Why wouldn't they have locked that door?
Why did he drag him back out? That's what I don't understand.
Officer Chauvin has not laid a finger on Mr. Floyd, but he's observing. And a reasonable police officer is doing this. He walks onto a scene. He sees active resistance occurring, potentially active aggression occurring. He has two other officers.
It's not active aggression, it's active resistance.
But again, based on the policies and the training.
Wait a second. Can we just go back 1 second quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
To him at that time.
Because
if a person is actively resisting in the center to achieve.
Okay, so active aggression, behavior initiated by a subject that may or may not be in response to police efforts to bring the person into custody or control. A subject engages in active aggression when presenting behaviors that constitute an assault or the circumstances reasonably indicate that an assault or injury to any person is likely to occur at any moment. Do they mean the officers or to the person themselves?
Behavior initiated by a subject. I'm assuming they're talking about the arrestee or the arrested. Response to police efforts to bring the person into custody or control.
So behavior initiated by a subject that may or may not be in response to police efforts to bring the person into custody or control.
But see, that is so black and white. You know what I mean? It is so black and white. It's this little gray area. I think this kind of goes into, right? Because he wasn't aggressive. He wasn't really resisting. He was just saying, "I'm claustrophobic. I'll go with you, but just bring another car around." How's so fucking hard about that?
Well, yeah, true. But I also think that beyond that, he could have been having a panic attack. He could have been doing all of that.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm saying, even by these definitions, they're so gray. You need to tighten up these, because this is where you could say, hey, maybe he does have justification for putting them on the ground, and not for doing the 9 minutes and 29 seconds, but what does that even mean? Behavior initiated by a subject that may or may not be in response to police efforts to bring a person into control, into custody or control. I mean, you should define this a little bit more. What's active aggression to me is this guy's trying to swing at me. This guy's trying to kick me. This guy's trying to hurt me. That's what active aggression is to me. This doesn't sound like active aggression. This sounds like a whole gray area where it could be anything. Active aggression, according to this, could be, I don't know, like it could be anything. I don't know what a subject engages in active aggression when presenting behaviors that constitute an assault or the circumstances reasonably indicate that an assault or injury to any person is likely. So if he starts biting himself, is that active aggression?
I think so. According to this, like I said, it's so black and white. There's a lot of gray area that a lot of these laws and these things don't go into, right? And that gray area is what they'll use as an excuse. In other words, if I were to get arrested and the officer tries to actually step to my foot and I move my foot out the way, am I being resistant against being arrested?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No,
Those are little fine gray areas. And I think they use those gray areas to make excuses for what they do.
no, but I even think, yeah, you made a good point. But like, even beyond that, like active aggression, according to this, is harming oneself. So they can use force against you for harming yourself. So if I'm there just trying to bite my own arm, or I'm trying to, I don't know, do something like that, that would be active aggression, in which they can then,
Well, not so much to itself, because it says down here,
it says
circumstances reasonably indicate that an assault or
injury
to
on
any
any
person.
person is likely to occur at any moment.
I didn't see any of that in the whole thing.
Well, I don't think you can do that once you're handcuffed. I think this should say that active aggression it should be reassessed once the person is handcuffed. That there's a limited ability for somebody to continue being actively aggressive once they are handcuffed behind the back. Do you know what I mean? There should be some qualifications to this. I mean, what can a person do if they're handcuffed? Really, in terms of active aggression,
kick or biting off, maybe.
But they cannot kill you
against the window. I guess I don't know.
They can't kill you anymore.
No,
they can't. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You have them under control. Active aggression, once a subject is under control, should be considered at a lesser level. You can't have the same level when someone is handcuffed, or say someone is handcuffed and they've cuffed their legs as well, right? Active aggression in those circumstances, even if the person's like, "Oh, I'm gonna fucking kill you. I'm gonna fucking chop your fucking nuts off." That's not. You can't take that as active aggression anymore.
Well,
do you see what I mean?
They saying it's verbal aggression or physical aggression?
They said verbal. It says
verbal aggression.
It says presenting behaviors. You see, when presenting behaviors that constitute an assault, or the circumstances reasonably include that an assault or injury to any person can occur at any moment. So if a police officer is like, okay, this guy's shouting, being verbally abusive to me, he's got handcuffs on.
He's hurt my feelings. I can do whatever I want to him. Basically.
Right. He's got handcuffs on, but it's still that's why you need to say if they are under control from handcuffs, from other forms of whatever, that the active aggression should be considered at a lower level, at a lesser threat. They can no longer take your gun from you and shoot you, right?
Mm-hmm.
They might be able to take your gun from you with their handcuffs, but how are they going to shoot you? How are they going to shoot you before you can get them like fucking, down on the ground, trip them up, right?
Yeah, unless they're John Wick, I don't see that happening.
Right, exactly. So there's things that a person is limited from doing in terms of active aggression or resistance once they are handcuffed. It's that simple. There are things they can no longer do.
Mm-hmm.
So you cannot take the same level of active aggression. Like he saw this person being actively aggressive. No, he didn't, because he's in circumstances where he can't really be that actively aggressive. All right, sure, maybe he can headbutt you and you go home with a slight bruise on your eye, or or something like that. But he cannot do something that can literally, oh shit, you're not going home to your family tonight anymore.
Yeah.
That there has to be a levels of this kind of stuff, and I don't see the levels being described here. This is just a reason. This is This is basically, and it doesn't excuse what Derek Chauvin did, but it's basically a justification for the police to act badly. These kind of rules, they're very gray, as you said, and they need tightening up. You can't do when.
Now the defense is probably going to go into active resistance. That's probably what he's going to try to use.
Yeah, but he said that that's the least it could be, right? But it could possibly even be. See, the fact that he can say that shows how loose these rules are. Active resistance, active and active aggression seem to be almost exactly the same thing to me.
Yeah,
you could, a reasonable officer. Sorry, go on.
I was gonna say, for every rule, for every law, there's always a gray area or a loophole, right? And that's what he's trying to use. He's trying to find, okay, this is a little gray area we can use to our advantage, and that's exactly what he's doing. Because any reasonable officer, for what this guy, I guess that's Chang, I think that's his name. What he's doing is so unnecessary, extremely unnecessary. Because it seems like there's aggression from the officers prior to Chauvin even coming into the picture.
Well, look, I don't think that. I think all of the stuff, like giving them the benefit of the doubt, all of the stuff they trying to put him in the car, trying to do all of that. I see that as a reasonable officer could do that, right? I think a reasonable officer is allowed to do anything leading up to, trying to get somebody in control, up until the point of lethal force. That is where you have to be like, well, what are the exceptions here? There has to be absolute watertight exceptions that people shouldn't be able to wiggle out of, right? You shouldn't. The guy's handcuffed. Now you cannot use lethal force on him unless he grabs your gun. Unless he, do you know what I mean? Or unless he, you cannot. I don't care if he headbutts you. I don't care if he kicks you. You cannot use lethal force on him, because basically you can trip him up. You've got him under control. He can't fight you, right? Yeah. Like it would take. Like, I think even tell me if I'm wrong here, because you're a fighter. Let's say you've got a great UFC fighter, right, who's been handcuffed behind their back, and you put them up against, I don't know, an average athletic guy, right? Would it be hard for that guy to get them under control, do you think? I mean, not get them under control, but like to ensure that they don't do lots of damage. I understand they can do kicks and stuff like that, but what would your thoughts be on how fair a fight that would be?
That would be completely unfair. If I'm handcuffed, there's nothing I can do, right? If I'm handcuffed and you're not, you got all these free movements, unless you just like literally just miss me altogether and I trip you up. But even then, I mean, it's just, I can't do anything without my arms. I can't.
So, like, what about like a serious martial arts kick or something like that? Could that knock me out? That you could do like some serious martial arts kick that will knock me out? And I'm talking about an athletic guy who can move around. Like that's what these police officers are supposed to be anyway.
Well, the kicks I think you're probably referring to, it's extremely hard to do certain moves with your hands tied behind your back. Not saying it's not possible, but the probability of you doing that is slim. It's very slim.
Right, exactly.
Right. So it's nowhere to where if I'm handcuffed, I'm able to do a jump, drop kick on you with as much precision and accuracy and power with my hands behind my back. It's impossible.
Yeah. So it would be fair to say that any form of active aggression or active resistance with somebody's handcuffed behind their back, even given the most generous kind of thing, oh, they could grab my gun. What are they going to do with the gun? Shoot the ground? What? How would they aim the fucking gun? Right, like with their hand, and they're not going to pull your gun out, from your thing anyway, from your holster. But let's give them the most absurdly, situation. Even then, there's a possibility of control. But okay, going back to my point, active aggression, active resistance, a different standard should be put on the level of control you have on the subject, right? Am I wrong about that?
You're right.
No, but I'm asking you the question seriously to really contemplate it here, because I'm not just going to assume I'm right here. You've got someone in handcuffs. I'm talking about like a trained fighter. Should 4 police officers be able to take, or 3, or even 1 police officer who's trained himself to some extent? Right, you've got because remember they've had training in fight techniques and all of this. Should a police officer, let's say, who's the best fighter in the, who's one of the best martial UFC fighters?
Let's go with Israel Adesanya.
Yeah, okay, him. Should a police officer who's had some training be able to take him down if he's handcuffed?
Yeah, of course.
Why didn't they get somebody to testify to that? I really wish they.
One guy that would testify, wasn't he a fighter, or was he trained in? I think one of the black guys. I think he was trained. He's a trained boxer or something. I can't remember.
Yeah, it's true, but they couldn't get him to do that. I guess it wouldn't be. You'd need expert testing in you from some force expert or whatever. But like, the fact of the matter is, they give way too much leniency. Oh, he can grab my gun. Oh, he can do this. Or he can kick me. Oh shit! What's he gonna do with a fucking kick?
Like, you have a gun and a taser. I mean, what am I gonna be able to do to you? Right? And of course, we did see a situation in Atlanta where a guy kind of beat up 2 police officers, but still, he wasn't handcuffed. But if I'm handcuffed, this what can I do? Run away? How far am I going to do?
I mean, you can run into traffic, and you can compromise your own safety. That's what they might be able to argue, because they were in the middle of the road or whatever. But as I said, the main thing here is that you can't use the same level of active resistance and active aggression when someone is handcuffed. They don't have the potential to do the kind of aggression that you need to use certain levels of force with them. If they don't, if they're not handcuffed, I get it. Do you know what I mean? I get that. If they're not handcuffed, sure. There might be a problem there. All right, let's continue this. I'm sorry about that. Like, I just wanted to.
By 8:18 and 15 seconds, Officer Chauvin has not laid a finger on Mr. Floyd, but he's observing. And a reasonable police officer is doing this. He walks onto a scene. He sees active resistance occurring, potentially active aggression occurring. He has 2 other officers. He has not intervened. But again, based on the policies and the training that you have seen, what were his options available to him at that time? If a person is actively resisting in the center, distraction techniques, controlled takedowns, conscious neck restraints. Can you clear that in? Right. These are options available to Mr. Chauvin at this point. He has, per his training, these techniques at his disposal.
Yeah, but you have to evaluate that every minute
Police officer
anyway.
would be making these observations. He would observe the white foam around Mr. Floyd's mouth. He would consider the possibility that this person was under the influence of something. Basically, using the information from dispatch, making these observations. How is he analyzing this? How would a reasonable officer analyze this, and what would be known to a reasonable officer? A reasonable officer would look at the size of the person and assess that person's size in relation to his own size, because it's a part of the risk threat analysis, right? That we've heard about so much.
Yeah, but dude, there's four of you.
Officer would know.
There's four of you.
These are two rookies.
There's two. There's a big guy, and again, he's handcuffed.
Mr. Chauvin trained one of the officers. So a reasonable officer may step back at this point to see if these two guys can get this under control. A reasonable officer will hear the words that the suspect is saying. I'm a good guy, I'm a good guy, I'm a good guy, I'm claustrophobic. And he's going to compare those words to the actions of the individual, right? Because this is part of the analysis. Because I can say, I'm going to cooperate with you, I'm going to do whatever I want. But if my behavior is inconsistent with what I am saying, a reasonable officer takes that into consideration. In fact, a reasonable officer who's aware of his department policies knows the de-escalation policy that is in place. And part of what a reasonable officer has to do is to consider whether a subject's lack of compliance is a deliberate attempt to resist or an inability to comply based on these factors: medical conditions, mental impairment, developmental disability, physical language, language barrier, influence of drugs or alcohol, or behavioral crisis. So a reasonable officer has to take the information and assess, is this suspect purposefully or intentionally, deliberately trying to thwart our efforts to take him into custody, or are they experiencing one of these other types of factors? But such consideration, when time and circumstances reasonably permit, shall then be balanced against the incident facts when deciding which tactical options are the most appropriate to resolve the situation safely. So again, reasonable officer, based on the totality of these circumstances.
Appropriate to this is why they could have imploded this argument before he even used it.
And a reasonable officer
To do it safely. It says to do it safely. That implies the safety of the person who's in your custody.
Exactly.
Was insufficient.
He failed. He failed in life, bro.
Mr. Floyd's resistance.
He fucking
getting
failed.
into the car. He's seen it. He's heard it. He's familiar with the policies. And so, at precisely 8:18 and 15 seconds, Officer Chauvin goes hands-on. Officer King, Officer Lane, and Officer Chauvin struggled, fought, whatever adjective you want to use. They struggled with Mr. Floyd from 8:18 till 8:19 and 12 seconds. About a minute, a little over a minute. It doesn't really seem that it's that long of a time, but again, the amount of physical exertion. Remember how Sergeant Jody Steiger described this. When the apparent attempts to get him into custody were futile. I wrote his quote down.
See?
The futility of their efforts became apparent. They weren't able to get him.
Did you see that?
Car. 3 Minneapolis police officers were not able to get Mr.
He's
Floyd
quoting
car.
the testimony.
They
Proper lawyer.
are experiencing
Get a fucking real lawyer on the case. Unbelievable.
surge of adrenaline. A reasonable police officer will be experiencing
Can't believe-
a surge of adrenaline.
I'm saddened by
And
what I'm
again,
seeing here.
balancing all of the evidence against each other, right? Let's look at 3 different angles of this struggle. This is Officer King's body camera.
Where were they in danger? Where were they in danger here?
I'm going down. We're in the squad. I'm going down. I'm not going to leave you. Bro, you want that heart attack, right? I know, okay, breathe. Get in the car. I just told me, man. I can't breathe. Take a seat. Please, man. Please, listen to me. Do you want to jail? Listen to me.
He's under arrest right now for forgery.
I'll tell you.
Don't know what's going on.
Forgery for what?
Take him out.
For what? Please, man. I can't fucking breathe.
Hey, come on out.
Look at you. Thank you. Thank you.
Get him on the ground. Get on the ground. On the ground.
My knees.
He's under arrest for forgery. Forgery for what? This is the video of the same time period from Officer Lane.
I don't get what he did there with the forgery for what. He's saying he doesn't know what he's under arrest for. Have they shown that he knew?
I'm going down. I'm going down. I'm going down.
He probably trying to fake, it's not the truth. He knew that
I know I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I just told you, man. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Please, man. Please listen to me.
Do you want to jail?
Listen to me.
He's under arrest right now for forgery.
See, this is what I'm saying.
Don't know what's going on.
All right, here's what's important.
For what?
Here is what is incredibly important, because what he's arguing here is very significant. And if they want to, they can really fucking cut his knees off, the defense's knees off with this argument, because that 3 minutes is precious to the prosecution here. Because they're going to say, he said, I can't breathe. So how did they know? How would he know that he couldn't breathe when he was on the ground saying he couldn't breathe? Right?
Yeah, but like again, are the jury is the jury going to catch that?
No. But that's what, yeah, exactly. That's why the prosecution has to point it out to them. He's saying specifically that a reasonable officer would think that because he said he couldn't breathe before, that when he was saying he couldn't breathe on the ground, even though he has his neck in his knee in his neck, that he was continually resisting and lying about, that he couldn't breathe or something like that. Or they could put this in the narrative that he really couldn't breathe because he was having an overdose or something bullshit like that. But he says, thank you, officer, when he comes out, meaning he was saying he could breathe again. But anyway, what is so important is that 3 minutes, because if somebody doesn't have a pulse, they're not breathing.
Exactly.
So there's no argument anymore over, is he just lying? Is he just, he can really breathe, but he's just saying that when someone doesn't have a pulse, they can't breathe. You know that, right? Something's wrong. You need medical attention immediately. And that is the point where they can hang this guy if they have any fucking intelligence whatsoever. All right, fair enough. Maybe they didn't believe him that he couldn't breathe for 4 minutes. But when he passed out, did they still believe he could breathe? When they checked his pulse and he didn't have a pulse, did they still believe he could breathe? When the officer said, should we turn him around into the recovery position, did they still believe? They need to really fucking hammer this home. Otherwise, they've lost. Honestly, they've lost.
Yeah, I don't think if they got to the jury already, they've lost.
Yeah. If it was just hanging on the closing arguments, yes, but
yeah.
Yeah, just when you get up on the ground. I appreciate that.
Officer Tao.
Man, I'm down the ground. I'm down the ground. I'm down the ground. I'm going down. I'm going down. I'm going down. I'm not gonna run, man. Right. I know I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
You're talking to oxygen back. Breathe.
I just had COVID, man. I can't breathe.
It's under arrest right now for forgery. Don't know what's going on.
Let's take him out. What? Please, man. I can't fucking breathe.
Come on out.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, just on the ground.
There you go. That's how you should have left him.
Understands the intensity of the struggle. You can see at points when Mr. Floyd's legs kick back, it actually almost knocks Officer Lane.
No, it doesn't.
It knocks off the body-worn camera and the badge of Officer Chauvin.
Oh, gosh.
In this struggle.
He didn't knock him over. He didn't nearly knock him over. That was complete nonsense.
I told you they can use everything they can use in that great area to justify it.
3 police officers while handcuffed with his legs and his body strength. A reasonable police officer standard can be seen in another way from the milestone camera. And this is what caught the attention of the 911 dispatcher, Jenna Scurry. She said she observed the struggle and the vehicle rocking back and forth. Watch the vehicle.
Yeah, because it's a vehicle, it moves. They weren't in any danger. That's the whole fucking point of this. Is you don't need to put someone in a dangerous position unless they put you in fucking danger. It's that simple. I don't know what this fucking thing is. You use a prone position to put people in handcuffs. I don't see anything moving back and forth.
I don't either. If anything's moving, it's because
there.
Back and forth.
Yeah, exactly. There it is, because look, it's pushing forwards and backwards. It's not pushing like that's because that's just normal fucking shit, man. Like that's what a car will do. It's not. It was a little bit rocking back and forth there, but forwards and backwards, not side to side.
Yeah.
That's because the wheel. Basically, all this
proves, he's reached for everything he can reach for.
They're just a bunch of pussies. That's all it is. They can't fucking handle anything. Controlled. Done. Controlled.
Reasonable police officers will consider their training. And before we talk about the training again, there's something that I think is really important to understand. 2 things, actually, at this moment. Not a single use of force expert that testified, not a single police officer who testified said that anything up until this point was unlawful or unreasonable. It was reasonable for these officers to put them into Mr. Floyd into the squad car. It was reasonable. The efforts that they took to overcome his resistance were reasonable.
Yeah.
Every single.
No one's argued anything.
To this point, nothing is contrary to policy,
Yes.
training, defensive tactics, crisis intervention, all reasonable.
Okay.
It's at the point that Mr. Floyd is brought to the ground that there becomes dispute about the reasonableness of the use of force and what a reasonable officer would know. It was Seth Stoughton, the law professor, who said at the point Mr. Floyd came out of the car, putting him on the ground was unreasonable. So, was it reasonable?
He didn't come out the car, they
Chauvin,
pulled him out the
a
car.
reasonable police officer, to put Mr. Floyd on the ground in that instant? So a reasonable police officer is going to rely on his training and information, his evidence, what he knows, all of the information he's built up to this point. You heard Lieutenant Mercil testify about how about 15 years ago, the Minneapolis Police Department went to ground defense tactics, getting people on the ground to control them, control the head, control the body, different types of moves that the police use to create and eliminate space. Escape versus control. Those are two different things. These are the tactics that have been employed by the Minneapolis Police Department for 15 years. Why? Because it's safer for the officers and it's safer for the suspects.
It's safer for the suspect.
Contained, controlled, and confined until
They're
no
dead.
longer are resistant.
Until they're dead, basically.
Reasonable
They're,
police
they're not resistance when they're dead, basically, is what you're saying.
including the
That's
use
the safety
of
that
deadly force policy.
unfucking believable.
Force that does not have the reasonable likelihood of causing or creating a substantial risk of death or great bodily harm. This includes, but is not limited to, physically subduing, controlling, capturing, restraining, or physically managing a person. This is the policy 5-302 of the Minneapolis Police Department, that non-deadly force can be used to physically manage a person. And again, every single person has agreed that the use of force up to this point is reasonable, lawful, and meets the reasonable officer standard. And so we get into the 9 minutes and 29 seconds at this point. The state has really focused on the 9 minutes and 29 seconds.
Yeah.
9 minutes, 29 seconds. 9 minutes, 29 seconds. It's not the proper analysis because the 9 minutes and 29 seconds ignores the previous 16 minutes and 59 seconds.
Yeah, it should, because you need to look at the information.
In that moment, at that point, nothing else that happened before should be taken into consideration by a reasonable police officer.
It doesn't say that. It says that the reasonable officer.
The issue of what a reasonable police officer.
It doesn't say that. You didn't say. No one says that they shouldn't take into consideration his behavior or what he did before. That's not what it's saying. It's saying specifically that certain things may outweigh what he did before. Like, for instance, if he doesn't have a pulse, right? That's information that, yeah, you should take into consideration. He was pretty rowdy, you know, like when we tried to arrest him, you know, he wasn't complying so much, you know. That should be taken into consideration, but it also should be taken into consideration that the man is saying he can't breathe at this point in time. I've got my knee on his neck, which might be affecting his breathing. And then, furthermore, it got so bad that he stops speaking, and then he doesn't have a pulse because I check it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's weighed against. What's more important, the fact that he's potentially dead or going to die and I need to revive him, or is it more important Yeah, look at this guy. Party at an undisclosed venue after I'm acquitted. To all my supporters, you are cordially invited. Eric Chauvin. Trolls, bro. Funny, very funny, hilarious. Yeah, but again, it's the weighing in of because as I said, it's the weighing in of what is happening at the particular time, and does it weigh more heavily what's happening at that particular time as to what somebody had done before. I mean, there are situations. Look, think about it. That's like a school shooter, right? Or a shooter. If what he's saying is true, right? A school shooter or a mass shooter or anybody like that should always be killed. They should always be fucking killed.
Yeah.
There should be no legal, no way in which a reasonable officer that he's describing would in any way be able to take a mass shooter in alive, because he has to consider, well, what's this guy's behavior before? He just shot random people, right? He killed a bunch of people that he didn't even know, killed a bunch of his schoolmates, shot them up, right? Like, we have to consider him a threat, a danger at all times. Doesn't matter if he put his hands up. Maybe he'll just reach into his hand and pull out a gun and shoot me, right? Like, at no point can you consider it trustworthy what this guy's behavior was, now, because of what he'd done before. I mean, any of those crimes that involve, anything like that, you'd have to use deadly force all the time to control them. I mean, I think it's just unbelievable what he's saying.
Like I said, man, he's reaching for every little thing he can find, and people are short-minded, right? Anything the prosecutor said before, I guarantee half those jurors forgot about it already.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Right. And this guy's so charismatic, and he's such a decent storyteller to where it's like, I like what he says better, especially if you're already. If you're a person who already is like, okay, the guy should be acquitted, or he should get the lesser of the sentences.
Yeah.
And the defense is coming up with that. Okay, yes, they're backing up why I think that he should get the lesser of the sentences. Great.
Yeah.
And the prosecution didn't do their job to the fullest of, like I said, picking apart every single detail the defense had up to the closing.
Yeah.
He picked all that shit apart. He would be sitting there stuttering right now because he wouldn't know what to say.
Exactly. They should have taken it apart bit by bit by bit, like this guy's doing. Like, okay, this is when he arrived. This is what was happening. Showing the pictures, showing. I don't understand why they didn't do that. They've got the video that is much more damning to the defendant, and yet the defense is the one using the video, using the minute by minute breakdown.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable to me. They gave them so much information to rebuttal this. Maybe they're saving it for rebuttal. I don't know, but
would in fact take into consideration the previous 16 minutes and 59 seconds. The experience with the subject, the struggle that they had, the comparison of the words to actions. It all comes into play. Why? Because human behavior is unpredictable. Human behavior is unpredictable, and nobody knows it better than a police officer. Someone can be compliant 1 second and fighting the next. Someone can be
not when they're dead
and then compliant.
Not when you've killed them.
But reasonable police officers continue to assess and reevaluate.
Yeah, he has no pulse, but he might jump back in life and try to kill us. So let's keep on his neck.
right? You gather information, you assess the threat versus the risk. Do we have an authority to act? What are our goals and actions? Review and assess. Start over. Because this is not a singular cycle. This is a cycle that as humans, we literally make millions of decisions in a day, right? Do I go this way? Do I go that way? Do I go up? Do I go down? I mean, we are constantly doing this. This is just human behavior. But in the policing context, you have to gather the information, assess the risk, assess the threat. Do I have authority to act? What are my goals and actions? Review and assess. And it's a constant.
Yeah, and yet he did think for 9 minutes and 29 seconds. So clearly he wasn't reviewing and assessing his and changing what he was doing.
Police officer would know about those previous 17 minutes. A reasonable police officer would know about the struggle. Reasonable police officer would consider the suspect's reactions to the previous use of force. A reasonable police officer would continue this process of reassessment. And a reasonable police officer would consider whether to use an additional force to overcome the suspect's level of resistance, right? So 9 minutes and 29 seconds.
I appreciate that. I do. You got your Jesus. Thank you.
Continuing to assess the risk and the threat. First,
what are the risks? Tell us the risks.
20 seconds. Continued resistance. What a reasonable police officer would interpret that to be. Jesus Christ, the kicking. A reasonable police officer would consider, should we elevate the use of force as we meet this threat? And that's precisely
what threat
they discussed using the MRT, the hobble.
The threat is he's a big black guy. That's the threat they're going to use. Like, how is he a threat to 4 police officers? It makes no sense. And he's handcuffed.
Please understand. Please, man, breathe.
Look at him.
Let
You
the
see
guy
what he's doing?
Should we use the hobble? Should we elevate our use of force? A reasonable officer would continue to evaluate whether the suspect is under the influence. Precisely what these officers did in 9 minutes, in this 9 minutes and 29 seconds.
Look at the technique they're using on the hand there, causing more pain.
Exactly. They can literally break his arm with a hand or something doing it. He's probably using his other arm to move so he can get a little bit of,
so he can get air.
Get air. If he try to move over so he can breathe. And they're pushing him the other direction. But see how they're pulling his hand? His wrist? If he keeps pulling that thing back,
officers discuss the scene.
especially with the handcuffs are, from what I said earlier, weren't really correctly on. That's a lot of pain right there. You can't breathe. It's just too much.
Is this person under the influence of a controlled substance? These are the actions of.
Sorry, say that again so that everyone can hear. What were you saying?
I was saying, you saw when they were pulling looked like he's pulling on his wrist, right? His left wrist looked like, right? If you're in that position and I'm pulling your wrist my direction, you're going to want to move your right arm. You want to try to pull it towards the ground so you can get a little, because that's if you can see how much pain the man was in. You can't breathe. If he's claustrophobic anxiety, that's probably kicking in. You're pulling on his wrist, which can probably break it. His handcuffs are constantly clenching
Yeah,
tight.
tighter and
Your wrists
tighter.
are hurting. You got somebody on your back and on your neck.
Yeah.
And I'm still waiting to see what threat he's talking about.
I don't know what threat he's talking about. There is no threat. They have
He's
no
already
threat to
subdued.
them.
He's subdued. He's handcuffed. He's on the ground. What the fuck is he going to be able to do?
The most he can do is kick. And they've even got an instrument or whatever to sort him out from being able to kick that much. But I mean, beyond that, the threat isn't lethal. They're not going to die. None of those officers were in fear that they weren't going to be able to go home that night. You know,
Exactly.
the most they could fear was, I don't know, he's fucking gonna kick them. Maybe I don't. It doesn't make any sense. And the what he's arguing there is like they have to constantly assess the threat. I'm like, you're right. What threat? And then that pulling the arm back, pulling the handcuffs back, that's showing that he was annoyed. He was pissed off. He wanted to put him in more pain. That's the only reason to do that. You don't. That's not something to do just to get control over them. Especially if by trying to get control over them, you're not changing anything. Because he didn't pull the arm back to to put him in more pain, to say, hey, if you don't stop moving your legs, I'm gonna keep on pulling your arm here. Right? So he wasn't doing it to get more compliant. He was just doing it to put the guy in pain because he enjoys it. That's basically it.
Yeah.
Reason.
Oh my God.
No, go on.
No, I was just saying, oh my God, because this is just.
Yeah, it's a joke. I can't believe the prosecution are letting them. He should have been destroying that to show. Look at what he's doing to his arms here. This is a sick man.
A reasonable police officer would rely on his
A
training.
reasonable police officer won't torture somebody.
EMS. Possibility that a suspect who was struggling with us will begin to struggle again. You've heard this testimony from multiple police officers. The risk that the suspect will present to himself if he's not continued to be controlled, and the risk that the suspect presents to other officers or citizens if not continued to be controlled.
He was struggling because he was trying to breathe.
These are things that all of the police officers have testified about. These are what a reasonable police officer should do.
Not what they should do, it's what they should do.
A reasonable police officer in this situation would call EMS. 2020, 11, 8/20, 11. Within a minute of the struggle, EMS code 2 for a mouth injury, right? Because they are not observing life-threatening. A reasonable officer is not observing life-threatening injuries at this point. They just fought with the man for a minute. He continued to kick at them when they got him on the ground.
Who called EMS?
They see he's got him.
I don't call anybody calling EMS.
No, but I'm wondering who called EMS, because I'm like, is it Derek Chauvin or was it one of the other officers? Who authorized calling EMS? Because that makes a difference.
Non-emergency. But again, reasonable police officers reevaluate. 2021, 8/21, 1 minute and 24 seconds later. We need EMS here faster. Code 3. 3:30. We need him here faster.
Because we're killing somebody.
A reasonable police officer would take into consideration the anticipated time of a emergent response. You heard from Genevieve Hansen, there's a firehouse a few blocks away, and she would have expected EMS to be there within minutes. 3 minutes is what she said. A reasonable police officer, based on his training and experience, is going to have and take that into consideration. I put this person in a prone position on the ground. I'm holding them for my safety and their safety. I'm expecting someone to be here within 3 minutes to help.
This is where he's going to use the
I
drug
have
overdose
called
because
for that help.
Yep.
A reasonable police officer will take into consideration, again, his training, his experience.
And you know, the worst thing
Lieutenant
about
Mercer
this is
talked
most
about, and
people are
many
just going to see the
talked about
closing
it. The officers
arguments.
talked about how
Most people
Yep.
don't watch the whole thing, so they don't know.
Exactly.
for suspects to feign or pretend to have a medical emergency to avoid being arrested. Unfortunately, that is the reality. Nobody likes to get arrested, and reasonable police officers know that. How many times does someone, oh, my heart hurts, or I'm having a medical emergency, insert whatever emergency, right? Simply because they don't want to go to jail.
Do they also become pulseless as well? Do they?
Reasonable police officer
It's like
his
this
training,
fucking guy,
his
man.
experience. And you heard
They
Lieutenant
pretend to
Mercer
be dead,
specifically say
like actually
that
dead
when someone
by
says
actually dying.
they can't breathe,
Exactly.
but they are talking. If they're talking, it means they're breathing, right? If they're talking, it means they're breathing. And again, compare that to the testimony of Dr. Chauvin, who told you that same thing. That is true. If you are talking, you are breathing. It doesn't mean effectively. And Dr. Tobin described how even medical doctors have problems sometimes assessing the legitimacy of a patient's needs relevant to their respiratory processes, because they're saying, I can't breathe. And some doctors confuse it for just anxiety or this or that.
That's not what he said. It
Medical doctors
misstates
make
the
these
statement.
mistakes.
Objection.
Dr. Tobin told
Objection. What the fuck? It misstates the testimony of
Lieutenant
Dr.
Mercer
Tobin.
told you that is what he
I don't
said.
think you can object in closing arguments, but I wish you could.
You
He's a
can.
trainer.
Oh,
If
you
they
can?
mistake testimony,
Sometimes
yeah.
we hear an
Oh, I
officer
didn't know that.
say, based on his training and experience, if you can breathe, you can talk. If you can talk,
Mistakes
you
the
can breathe.
fucking testimony. I don't know if
They
it,
found it
maybe
so
in different states it's different. Maybe, I don't know. Like, certainly the cases I've seen, you need to object during closing arguments.
Right. I know I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
You're talking and oxygen. Breathe.
I'm sick.
Relax.
I can't breathe.
You're doing fine. You're talking fine.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Please. I can't breathe.
You're not talking. A lot of
They will
yelling.
kill me. They will kill me, man.
Takes a heck of a lot of oxygen.
Come on, man.
Reasonable police officers, again, are trained and take into consideration a person's actions relevant to their words, their training, their experience.
What are you talking about? He had his knee in his neck.
Takes a lot of oxygen. You're breathing fine if you can
It's
talk.
like it's fucking annoying. I can't really. I knew I was going to get triggered by this. He's got his knee in his fucking neck. It's a very different situation from him saying he can't breathe before.
We tried that for
Even though he's not showing it. I don't think he's going to show it. Oh, there it is.
What? What? There's what? There's what?
It's unexcited delirium, and they will analyze it within the context of this case.
I just worry about that delirium or whatever.
I worry about the excited or delirium or whatever. That's why we have EMS coming. It's not just leave him here. It's we have EMS coming. And this is why we have EMS coming. Reasonable police officers throughout the course of a control technique will continue to assess the level of resistance. Remember what Lieutenant Johnny Mercer said. Simply because a person isn't kicking at you or punching at you or biting at you, it does not mean that you can't control them physically with your body. This is at 8:24. This is the point where Dr. Chauvin testified that Mr. Floyd had an anoxic seizure, right? But it's not, we're not analyzing the use of force from the perspective of a doctor with 46 years of medical experience who had 150 hours of time to watch an event from multiple perspectives over and over and over and over again. It's a reasonable police officer standard. How would a reasonable police officer interpret this? Does a reasonable police officer even know what an anoxic seizure is? A reasonable police officer.
Okay, now he's gone into bullshit.
Is at least some form of minimal resistance.
That's resistance.
Reasonable police officers, again, are continuing to monitor. They're expecting EMS to arrive.
I knew he was going to turn into bullshit at this 3 minutes. Let's get into that 3 minutes, bro. Let's get into the timeline. Let's go. 3 minutes. Explain it. I'm glad you admitted that he had an anoxic seizure.
Non-deadly
Thank you.
force is included. It includes, but it is not limited to physically subduing, controlling, capturing, restraining, or physically managing a person. These are the policies of the Minneapolis Police Department. Reasonable police officers, again, continue to monitor. See if he's breathing.
See if he's breathing. Okay.
I think he's passing out. Yeah, I mean, my knee might be a little scratched. It's fine.
I think he's passing out, but he's breathing, right? This anoxic seizure occurs.
What did he just say?
Did he just say he's passing out, but he's breathing? What?
No. Who just said an anoxic seizure? Did you hear that?
Replay that again.
I think he's passing out, but he's breathing, right? This anoxic seizure occurs.
Did you hear that?
Yep. Bullshit.
No. Did you hear what he just said? An anoxic seizure occurs.
Say it again.
He said an anoxic seizure occurs. Was that you?
That wasn't me.
Listen to this again.
I heard it, but I don't know who said it. I don't know if
Is it the EMS saying that or him?
Non-deadly force is included. It includes, but it is not limited. A reasonable police officer even know what an anoxic seizure is.
Do you see that? What he just said there?
Yeah.
Does a reasonable officer even know what an anoxic seizure is?
A
Okay.
reasonable police officer will interpret this as at least some form of minimal resistance.
So let's go back to
Reasonable police officers
this.
are continuing.
Listen to what he says here. Sorry, it's gone a bit further than I wanted, but you'll see what he says.
Non-deadly force is included. It includes, but it is not limited to, physically subduing, controlling, capturing.
Listen up
restraining,
for the
or
words
physically managing
anoxic
a person.
seizure. Listen up for those words. Can you hear
These are
me?
the policies
Yeah.
of the Minneapolis.
Listen up for those words, anoxic seizure.
Reasonable police officers, again, continue to monitor. See if he's breathing.
I think he's messing up. Yeah, I mean, he might be a little scratched. I'll survive.
I think he's passing out, but he's breathing, right? This anoxic seizure occurs.
Oh,
Who
it's
said
him.
that?
Oh, it's the defense lawyer. The defense
Okay.
lawyer spoke over it.
Yeah, I kept hearing that, but I didn't know if it was EMT or who.
Yeah.
Basing their decisions based on all of these factors coming in at multiple times, including the bystanders. Right? Call them a crowd, call them onlookers, call them bystanders. It doesn't matter what term you use for the people that gather to watch what police do. Reasonable police officers are cognizant of and aware of their surroundings. And before I really kind of start talking about the crowd in some limited detail, I have thought a lot during the course of this trial about the difference between perspective and perception. Perspective and perception are two distinct concepts. Perspective is the angle at which you see something. It's your perspective. Perception is how you interpret what it is that you see. I've thought about this a lot during the course of this trial because this situation here in the courtroom is incredibly unique, right? It's not the normal setup for a jury trial. So my perspective through the course of this trial, sitting in this chair, is that I cannot see 4 of the jurors. Very limited opportunity to observe the jurors. They probably can't see me either. Several of the jurors I have a very good view of. 4 of the jurors I don't, and obstructed views of others. My perspective sitting in this chair when witnesses, there's a camera blocking the head. So in order for me to see the witness, I have to roll all the way over to the other side. Then I have to look through the plexiglass that has these large reflecting lights. Right? Things block your perspective. Things can affect your perspective. But your perception is how you interpret what it is you see and what it is you experience. And that is our life, right? This is our experiences. These are the things that make us who we are. 3 people in this trial went to the same high school. Me, Darnella Frazier, and Chief Arredondo. We all went to the same high school, obviously at different times. My experience, Chief Arredondo's experience, Darnella Frazier's experience, all based on, we had the same perspective, sat in the same classrooms, saw the same chalkboards or whiteboards, the same perspective, but our perception of our experiences there is going to be much different. Ultimately, at the end of the case, when we're done with these arguments, the court will instruct you on how to deal with these biases and the perception issues. The court's final instructions will guide you to try to recognize your biases, recognize what we bring to the table, and analyze the evidence from the perspective of the evidence itself. So let's look at this incident on May 25th from the perspectives and perceptions of simply just 4 of the bystanders. Charles McMillan, 61 years old, 3rd grade in education, grew up in the South. He described himself as a curious guy. He likes to know what's going on in his neighborhood, so he stops and he checks things out, right? His perspective, he's the first one who's dealing with these guys. He has more information because he sees the entirety of the situation, but his perception of the event is
And he
affected by
still
his life's
said that
experiences.
it was wrong.
At the end of the night, ultimately what he said to Officer Chauvin was, "I hope you get home safely," because that's what he says to police officers every night.
Can you advise the fire department if they're still with you, they need to go to 36 Park to assist with a
But I feel respect. That's one person's opinion. But no, I gotta control this guy because he's a sizable guy. Yeah, and looks like he's coming on something.
Yeah, he wasn't a threat to you. It's good that the defense, at least prosecution, actually said that.
Yeah.
Darnella Frazier. She's a 17-year-old high school student who, upon seeing the restraint of George Floyd, her response was to pull out the cell phone, start recording, and then subsequently upload it to Facebook. Her perception of the event and her perspective of the event. She's looking, she didn't even know that Officers Lane and King were there because her perspective was blocked by the squad car. But her perception, her response to the situation was to record it, and that's perfectly fine. But she began her recording at 8:20. Donald Williams. He's a 33-year-old professional mixed martial artist who arrived at 22 and 39. He'd spent the day fishing with his son, stopping for a drink, and became aware of the incident. He described his focus based upon his perception as a mixed martial artist. He has a set of experiences that caused him to react in a different way. What he perceived was happening was that Mr. Floyd was being choked with a blood choke. I think we're past this. The paramedic reached in, touched the carotid artery to have a person rendered unconscious through a choke, blockage of both carotid arteries. This was not a neck restrict. This was not a chokehold. He was upset. And that, again, is okay because his perception affected what he was seeing.
It was a choke fucking hold.
Right? 27-year-old female firefighter
Unbelievable.
from the city of Minneapolis.
It wasn't at the time the EMT got there, yes.
She described the crowd,
But his knee moved at different times.
Yeah.
It's fucking
the
bullshit.
other voices distracted me from getting the officer's attention. And she testified again based on her perspective. The Officer Chauvin appeared to have his hand in his pocket. She observed what she believed to be blood on the from Mr. Floyd's face being pressed into the pavement. She observed fluid coming from Mr. Floyd's body that she presumed to be urine. She testified that nobody ever told her that EMS or an ambulance was on the way. She asked about, when I asked her about the response time she would have expected, 3 minutes. When I told her that paramedics had been called about 5 minutes prior to her arriving on scene, no way. Perception is 3 minutes. But when you look at the things that Miss Hansen saw, whether it be from her perspective or perception, there can always be more to the story. The blood coming from Mr. Floyd's nose was why they called EMS in the first place. You've seen the pictures. He injured his nose during the struggle, or his face during the struggle in the squad car. The fluid that she described as potentially being urine, we know that that's fluid coming from the undercarriage of the squad car.
It's all very unimportant information.
Chauvin specifically told her an ambulance was coming. She first came on scene.
It doesn't matter if an ambulance was coming. You can't kill someone because you've called an ambulance to come and help them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like it's a ridiculous. Again, these ridiculous arguments. I'm killing someone. Please come quick, ambulance. Maybe you might be able to save him.
EMS was called. So Genevieve Hansen has a perspective and a perception. And what she observed was not consistent with the actual evidence. But remember, we don't look at this incident from the perspective of a bystander. We do not look at this incident from the perspective of the people who are upset by it. We look at it from the perspective of a reasonable police officer.
Look at it from the perspective of the law, actually, but
when confronted,
that's his standard.
Would know everything that had occurred up to that point. 20 minutes, 25 minutes, 30 minutes. They know all of that information. The bystanders do not. A reasonable police officer would understand that his actions were actually being recorded. Take the bystanders out of it. Officers wear cameras for a very specific reason, to record their actions, so they know they're being recorded. Officers are aware of the placement of city cameras.
Yeah, and he still did it. What's your point?
Retail, you've got gas stations, restaurants.
What's your point? And he still did it with
everything he's saying has nothing to do with why his knee was on his neck and why I was on it.
Know this. They would know if citizens take out their cell phones and start filming. This is the point at 8:20 and 49 seconds when Miss Frazier starts recording. Reasonable police officers are aware when they're using force that sometimes what they're doing does not look good to the general public.
Oh my God.
A reasonable police officer will hear the frustration growing. A reasonable police officer will hear the increase in the volume of the voices. A reasonable police officer will hear the name calling, right? Chunk, whatever names are being called. They'll hear the cursing. They'll hear this, and they'll take that into their consideration. A reasonable police officer will rely on his recent training.
And what did they? What was the training that told him that he should continue?
Yeah, like what training is for that? Like that makes no sense.
Come back to the training. Reasonable police officer will hear what the crowd is saying. He will compare his actions to what they are saying, and he will determine, I know I'm being recorded, right? I know I'm being recorded. They're saying that I'm doing something that's awful looking. Am I doing this?
Right.
He is human, bro.
His nose.
Look.
You can put him in the car.
We tried that for 10 minutes.
That's a bum ass shit, bro. That's a bum ass shit, bro. Y'all know that. You don't gotta sit there with your knee on his neck, bro. Bro, he ain't, bro. You circle like in a jiu-jitsu move, bro. You trapped in his breathing right there, bro. Like, you don't think that what it is, bro? You don't think nobody understands that shit right there, bro? I trained at the academy, bro. That's some bullshit, bro. Right, that's bullshit, bro. That's bullshit, bro. You stop his breathing right there, bro.
See, both those officers should be charged. Both of them.
Bro, but you can get him off the ground. You've been a bum right now. You can get him off the ground, bro. You can get him off the ground. You've been a bum right now.
I don't know what he's trying to prove by this, the defense lawyer. I really don't.
Bum, bro. He enjoying that shit right now, bro. You could have fucking put him in the car by now, bro. He's not resisting arrest or nothing. You
can see Officer Chauvin's body language tells us a lot, right?
What does it tell us? He's a sadistic fuck.
Down, looking up, looking around, looking down.
No, he isn't. He was just looking down. He wasn't looking at them.
Comparing a reasonable police officer is doing what a reasonable police officer would do.
And how do you know that? How do you know that? Were you? Did he testify to this? You can't say this.
The crowd is saying.
He didn't testify to this. Why are they not objecting? Why are they not objecting?
2020 tactics of
I cannot believe the prosecution isn't objecting to this. He didn't testify to that. They can't say that.
Dude, I'm so triggered right
No, honestly, I'm not being. You know that Derek Chauvin didn't testify to that.
Mm-hmm.
If he wants to be able to say that that's what Derek Chauvin was thinking at that point, by looking up and looking down, he needs Derek Chauvin to get on the stand and testify to that, because otherwise, where's he getting that interpretation from?
It's almost as if the more the crowd says something, the more pressure he put on his neck.
Yeah,
as a saying like, hey, oh, you think I'm hurting him? You really haven't seen anything. Watch this. We're gonna put more pressure on him. You still got something else to say? How about some more pressure I put on him?
Yeah, exactly.
He looks like an asshole. Looks like he was a wannabe bully who just didn't amount to anything like, so he became a police officer.
Yeah, well, yes, that's also true. But I mean, look at what the thing that they're arguing right now, right, needs to have come from his lips for him to argue this properly. He's looking up, he's looking down. How do you know? And he wasn't even doing that. I would argue that the evidence doesn't even show that. Was he looking up and down in that situation? I thought he was more just looking down. And he had a particular look on his face.
He looked up, then he looked down, but not to the amount that he's trying to make it sound like.
Yeah, he's not assessing anything.
No. I mean, he's handcuffed, he's face down on the ground. He's not a threat to anybody. He's not going to be able to do anything. Because not many people, if you put your hands behind your back and lay flat on your stomach, face down, tell me how easy it is for you to get back up.
Yeah, no, of course it isn't. But yeah, that's obvious and established. But I'm trying to understand the point of view at which he can stand up and seriously say that he knows what his client was thinking when his client didn't even go on the stand and argue that. That's what I'm trying to get at. I don't know how he is able to conclude that is what he was thinking. If you see what the prosecution argued, and I'm trying to be completely objective here. When the prosecution argued that I think they said something to the degree of that he had like some power kind of thing or whatever at that point. If you see what they argued from the situation that I need to remember exactly what they said and bring up that testimony because that part of the closing argument because it's important. What he was saying specifically was to do with what Derek Chauvin was doing. He was describing what he was doing, not what he was thinking. Do you get what I'm saying? This guy's describing what he's thinking. And yes, Derek Chauvin in private might have told him that. But he's not allowed to argue things that Derek Chauvin told him in private. He's only allowed to argue from the evidence and to argue, that it would be evidence if Derek Chauvin had testified. And then he could say, see, and Derek Chauvin said, this is what I was doing at this point. I was looking up, I was looking down to see it, to compare my behavior. But nowhere, nothing, none of the evidence anywhere in this case has said that he was doing that. No force use of force expert has come up to say, yeah, that's what you do. You'd look up and you'd look down. You need to argue from the evidence. You can't just make up arguments.
I agree. But I mean, that's what he has to do for his defense.
Yeah, but the prosecution should object to that. Do you understand what I mean by you have to
Oh,
argue
I
from the
get you.
evidence? You
Yeah.
can't just make like he can't just I can't just say you know if he were to say, for instance, Derek Chauvin, look, clearly Derek Chauvin gives him CPR at 8 minutes and 10 seconds, and he says that to the jury. The prosecution should say, objection. It's not from the evidence. That's not in the evidence. He's purposely lying to the jury. We know that Derek Chauvin didn't provide CPR to him at any point. You cannot argue something that's not in from the evidence. What he just argued right there was not in evidence because Derek Chauvin hasn't testified. He can't say that Derek Chauvin was looking up and down and assessing. That's just him making that up. It's not from the evidence. So I understand what you're saying, that yes, a defense has to do that and is supposed to do that, but the prosecution should have that stricken from the record and have the judge say you can't take that into consideration. What he just said cannot be taken into consideration.
Which is all true. But then again, like I said, are they able to object closing arguments in the state of Minnesota?
Well, if you lie, yes, of course. Think about it. If he said that, think about this. If he just stood up and said, yeah, and right here you can see the officers giving him CPR. Do you think that would the judge or the courts would allow that? No, it doesn't make sense. I can't just say, look, if I was caught on camera stabbing you, you can't. My lawyer can't just turn around and say, and you see, he didn't stab him. You can't argue that in closing arguments. You could say, oh, and you see, he fell here. You can see where he tripped over that because you can see the thing, and then he fell and slipped, and that's why the knife. You can argue that if it's in evidence. If you can see, you've established during the case. Look, there was that little thing on the floor, and he didn't see it, and he tripped, and I'm being ridiculous, obviously, because you can argue ridiculous things. You can argue ridiculous things, but they have to be present on the screen or from the evidence, like some expert testified to it. And you remember the expert said that, anybody can fall over that little thing there. And he had the knife in his hand already. Clearly he wasn't going, you can argue all of those things, but they have to be there somehow through the testimony or through, anyway, yeah,
I know this is aggravating. I know.
I know, but and okay, this is on the edge because you could say, all right, it's somewhat like there. He does look up and down. So what he could say is that you can see that my client could be assessing, that if his actions match. I don't know what the state of what is it, Minneapolis or whatever. I don't. It's not the state, is it? It's the city or whatever.
Minnesota.
State? Minnesota. Yeah. I don't know what their policies are in terms of. What the law is in terms of. That specific kind of thing where. If it's just a little bit off the evidence, that maybe they'll allow it, because this is a little one. It's not like he's saying, oh, Derek Chauvin gave him CPR here. See, look, it's a little bit off the evidence, off what the evidence is. He's interpreting a little bit, but specifically in this one, I cannot believe that they would allow this. I would make real complaints. Maybe they can do objections after. I don't know. Like they can write down their objections and say and argue it after, and so that the judge can instruct them that they should ignore that he's. But you can't say that. That's not in evidence. I'm sorry. That's just not in evidence. I hope you understand what I'm following me
Oh
on
yeah.
what I'm saying here, but like it's not in evidence.
Of a crowd. Never underestimate a crowd's potential. Most crowds are compliant. Crowds are very dynamic creatures and can change rapidly. Crowd may contain elements of several types of groups. Now, I acknowledge that this is in dealing with massive crowds, protests, and things of that nature. These are the tactics, but you never underestimate a crowd's potential because a reasonable police officer has to be aware and alert to his surroundings. A reasonable police officer will consider his department's policies on crisis. And what is defined as a crisis? Crisis, an event or situation where an individual's safety and health are threatened by behavioral challenges to include mental illness, developmental disabilities, substance abuse, or overwhelming stressors. A crisis can involve an individual's perception or experience of an event or situation as an intolerable difficulty that exceeds the individual's current resources and coping mechanisms and may include unusual stress in his or her life that renders him or her unable to function as he or she normally would. The crisis may not necessarily result in an upward trajectory or intensity culminating in thoughts or acts that are possibly dangerous to himself, herself, or others, right? A reasonable police officer is recognizing that the crowd is in crisis, that all of these things, the members, the bystanders, the citizens, whatever you want to call them, they are in crisis. So a reasonable police officer considers his department's training. What are these potential signs of aggression that I may be confronted with? Somebody standing tall, somebody red in their face, raised voice, heavy breathing, tense muscles, pacing, right? This is from the crisis intervention training. This is what Kerr Yang testified to. These are signs that police officers are trained to look for in a crisis as potential signs of aggression.
From 7-year-old children, 8-year-old children.
You appear confident in your actions. You stay calm. You maintain space. You speak slowly and softly, and you avoid staring and eye contact. Again, these are things that
you speak slowly and softly
in terms of how to deal with a crisis.
You speak slowly and softly. Is that what happened?
As this crowd
pulling up the pepper spray,
more upset or deeper into crisis, a very critical thing happens at a very precise moment. And I cannot, in my opinion, understate the importance of this moment, the critical moment in this case. If you recall from Dr. Chaubin's testimony, nobody disagreed that Mr. Floyd took his last breath at 8:25:16. 8:25:16. What is happening at the very precise moment that Mr. Floyd takes his last breath? You're taking one piece of evidence and you're comparing it against the rest. This moment, 8:25:16, Floyd is taking his last breath.
Get off him! What the fuck? He got mace. He got mace. He cannot breathe. Get over here. No, first of all. Look at him.
He's not responsive right now. He's not responsive right now. He's not responsive.
Three things happen. Mr. Floyd takes his last breath. You see Officer Chauvin's reaction to the crowd is to pull his mace and shake it. He's threatening the use of force as is permitted by the Minneapolis Police Department policy.
Wow.
And Genevieve Hansen walks in at that time from behind him, startling him.
Wow. That you can argue.
All of these facts.
Do you see that? As obnoxious as that was, that you can argue. Because she was coming in from behind, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like you can argue that would startle a reasonable officer. He shouldn't say it startled Derek Chauvin, because he doesn't know that, because Derek Chauvin didn't testify to that. He can say it would startle a reasonable officer, right? He can say that Derek Chauvin did bring out the pepper spray, which means that he was, in fear of his whatever at this point when he stops breathing. What happens to the rest of the 3 minutes? We'll see. I'm very curious.
Her at a critical moment. And that changed Officers Chauvin's perception of what was happening.
You don't know that. You haven't. Again, he did not testify.
The crowd grows louder and louder, right? And at this point now, Mr. Floyd has taken his last breath, and the question is the rendering of medical aid. When do we stop CPR according to the Minneapolis Police Department's policy? When it's not safe. You heard Lieutenant Mercil talk about this, and you also heard Nicole McKenzie talk about this.
Okay, here we go.
Consider Nicole McKenzie's testimony.
This is good.
As far as
He's
the
buried
police
himself.
officer, which would include Nicole McKenzie. She discussed at length the difficulty of performing CPR in what she would describe as, or she did describe as, a hostile environment. You miss signs.
So
agonal breathing can be confused.
So how do they get them onto the? How did he? There was a hostile crowd when the EMTs came, weren't there?
The decision to treat a subject at
so how did they deal?
Describe how it is incredibly difficult.
If you want to call it hostile, yes.
EMS efforts in a loud crowd.
No, but this is stupid.
Feel safe. Makes it more difficult to.
Why would the arrival of EMTs make you feel safer? Think about that. You've got 4 officers, right? Why would why would EMTs arriving make one feel safer? You know that thing that he just put up. I'm pretty sure EMTs have the same list of things where they can't perform CPR or can't give medical assistance. So if they're in a dangerous situation, if they're in a gun shootout or something like that, an EMT cannot go and they see somebody is injured or something's happened. An EMT isn't supposed to, if they're brave enough, they might, but they're not supposed to render aid or medical care to somebody under those circumstances. They're supposed to leave those circumstances and call the police, right? Until the area is secure, right? Am I wrong about that?
I mean, that's what I've gathered.
Well, tell me. I mean, you're in America, so I maybe you
like
know
that,
something.
You would think that. So the EMT was called 5 minutes prior to whatever he said earlier.
Yeah.
The only thing I could think of to where he would say, okay, it's not a safe environment to perform CPR prior to the EMTs coming, is when those 2 guys kind of walked up to Chang, and Chang was like, hey, get back. Maybe that's the only argument I can see. But when the EMT comes, you say, oh, it's a safer situation now. I don't get it. Maybe it's safe in a sense of. It's not
safe though.
I know, but I don't know, man.
No. Go on. I want you to tell me what you think.
Yeah, because it may be safe for the officer as in a sense of, okay, now I can concentrate on the crowd itself, as opposed to the suspect and the crowd and all this stuff going on around me. Now I can actually concentrate on my job, which is to push the crowd back while the EMTs come and do what they're supposed to do.
But
But
that's
by
not
that
what
time, it's too late anyway because he was dead.
That's not what they did anyway. And it was already as soon as the EMTs came, the crowd got calmer, showing that they were concerned for George Floyd. But let's forget about that for a second. What we really need to kind of focus on, which is really important here, is the EMTs arriving, right?
Yeah.
How, yeah, as you said, how could that potentially or possibly make police officers feel safer about a situation? That doesn't make sense, right? EMTs arriving doesn't. If more police officers arrived, I could see them feeling safer.
Yeah.
Why would EMTs arriving feeling so? That argument that somehow he was distracted by the crowd from doing his duty of care is nonsense, because again, the situation would have to be a lot more hostile for that to be the case. It would have to be bottles are being thrown, like it's 20, 30 people they're throwing, they're angry, they're threatening violence. It would have to be something like that. And in that scenario, an EMT can't do the same thing. It would be the same for a police officer and an EMT. In a scenario where it's unsafe for a police officer to do CPR, it's unsafe for an EMT to do CPR.
That makes sense.
Right? They've got the same safety protocols there. You don't put yourself at risk.
I agree. And that's why I'm saying, unless the only safety I can think of is EMTs are here. As a police officer, I can now focus on the crowd, and the EMTs can feel safe because we are now focused on the crowd and you can do your job.
Yeah. But again, these are things that the prosecution has to rebut them with. Hey, why would you be any safer? Why would he feel any safer just because the EMT? They don't have guns. They don't have, what do they have? Rocket launchers? What do they have? Are they a special ninja? What are you gonna do to make you feel safer against the crowd of a hostile crowd? If they were that hostile, you shouldn't put the EMTs in danger. You should call for more backup.
Exactly. And it's all bullshit. It's all just him making an excuse for why he didn't do it's an excuse for why he didn't do what he was supposed to do, which was number one, get your fucking knee off his neck and make sure he's okay. Because even though he's arrested, he's still in your care.
Yeah. I mean, this is just, the kind of argumentation here is just, I knew it was going to get ludicrous when it got to the 3 minutes point. So let's continue
Experiencing something.
hearing
So the
this nonsense.
distraction, she said, can actually do harm to a patient. When we're talking about this critical decision-making model, right? As Lieutenant Mercel said, he testified, sometimes you have to take into consideration whether it is worth the risk to remove the handcuffs and render medical aid, because it's unpredictable, right? All of this information is coming at a reasonable officer. The reasonable police officer standard can also be extended to Officer Chang, right? What is his perception of the crowd? You heard him testify, but you can also, what was he doing during this time?
Where's this big crowd?
That's what I'm looking for.
What's that? Okay, let's stay put. We'll figure it out, right?
We've got Officer Chang pacing, turning around 360 degrees, right? His attention is focused on what's happening with the crowd. But he also has another job, right? Reasonable police officers and how they act with the crowd is a consideration. You can also take into consideration the actions of Chauvin Hill and Maurice Hall.
Damn, he still won't get in the car. Just sit down, dude. They gotta push him in this car. No, he's fighting to get out. What is he doing? Now he going to jail. All you gotta do is not a nigga going to jail.
What's that got to do with anything?
They still fighting. Hey. Oh man, what is he doing?
Why is he playing it again?
Yeah,
What's their opinion got to do anything with
Their
anything?
reactions.
a
to
matter of
what's
perception and perspective, like he was talking about before.
What?
happened, right? The paramedics. They did the load and go, right? As Derek Smith testified, he got out of the ambulance. He checked all four corners to gauge what was happening.
And yeah, nothing
and
was
determined,
happening.
in his words, that it was an unwelcoming environment. And he told his partner they needed to move to a different location, a more safe and secure location.
What?
Remember Nicole McKenzie's testimony too. As unreasonable as it sounds, paramedics get attacked.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I'm talking about.
We have all of these different
So
opinions in terms of
the EMT would have the exact same.
We have all
Anyway,
of these
all right,
opinions
whatever.
of Seth Stoughton, Jody Steiner,
That's exactly what I was saying. The EMT would have the
Zimmerman,
exact same thing.
Redondo, David Pluger, Lieutenant Mercel, and they all reach very different conclusions about when the force became unreasonable. All you have to know about Barry Broad is what he was talking about is this physically managing any person. His opinion was you can use non-deadly force to physically manage a person. It's all within the model of the MPD decision-making model. I found the most interesting person to be relevant to the use of force, Lieutenant Johnny Mercer, considering that he is Derek Chauvin's actual use of force trainer. So the best glimpse that we're going to get into the training of a Minneapolis police officer comes from the trainer who conducts the trainings. He's conducted hundreds of trainings over the years. He corrected the state at certain times in terms of how strike charts don't apply to restraint techniques. He said the knee on the neck is not an unauthorized move, and it can be utilized in certain circumstances. He described using a knee on the neck and back and stated that it can be there for an extended period of time, depending on the level of resistance you get. He said that once the suspect is handcuffed, it does not necessarily mean that it is time to move your leg, because when people are handcuffed, they can thrash around and continue to be dangerous to themselves and others. He talked about the ground defense program because it's safer for both the suspect and the officer. He talked about
this is
ground defense as a
basically
form of
this
using
is
your right to
basically
control a subject without and therefore replacing the
this is basically what the
no
prosecution should have
you
done.
need to be an adaptive
Unbelievable. They had it all.
that he personally trains officers to put a knee over the shoulder, up to the base of the neck, and he described this maneuver as routinely trained by the Minneapolis Police Department. He testified that there are circumstances that an officer would need to use his weight to continue to control a subject. He recognized the concept of awful but lawful, right? Sometimes the use of force is just not that attractive. He's experienced himself arresting people who have claimed to have a medical emergency. He explained how one way people can resist is through their words. He described how someone resisting can become passive and then become resistant again, and vice versa. He discussed how officers are trained not just to focus on the subject, but also the bystanders. He trains officers that if you're fighting with a suspect and that person then becomes compliant, it is a legitimate consideration for the continued use of force to control a subject. That if a subject overpowers more than one officer at a time, that is a legitimate consideration in the continuation of the use of force. He talked about substance abuse and how that officers are trained, right? I understand that superhuman strength is not a real phenomenon. I know there are no Supermen or Spider-Men, right? But officers are specifically trained that someone under the influence of certain types of controlled substances exhibit this behavior. They become stronger than they normally would. We've all heard the anecdotal stories of the pregnant mom lifting the car off of someone, right?
Yeah, which
It's
aren't
not
true.
literally describing a superhero. It's simply describing that someone is more exhibiting a greater strength. And the Minneapolis Police Department.
What are they lifting a car? What did he just say? A pregnant woman lifting a car?
He
The
did.
Minneapolis Police Department has a specific written policy on the use of neck restraints, and it was permitted, even though this wasn't a neck restraint or a chokehold. He talked about how you need to cut off the blood supply for a neck restraint to both sides of the neck. He talked about how someone whose heart rate is beating faster, they go unconscious quicker, less than 10 seconds. He described the human factors of force. That is, how does the use of force affect the officer himself, his cognition, his abilities, his mental and physical state. He agreed that not using the MRT is a form of de-escalation. He described that sometimes you have to use your body weight to control a subject until the scene is code 4.
And one on the back is not enough.
Under certain circumstances, an officer can hold a person in the prone position until the scene is safe.
But he said under these circumstances, they shouldn't have done that. I mean,
the presence of
it's ridiculous. Again, it's fine. He's arguing fairly now, but there's no problem with the fairness of his argument in terms of this was actually stated. But the guy who he's talking about said that these circumstances were not the correct use of that. That was basically his testimony.
He's double
That's basically. Yeah,
because like I said, right now he's speaking to the jury right now. That's all he's doing. He's double talking. He's saying there's just a pregnant woman lifting a car up, whatever. You know, he's reaching for every little thing he can.
Yeah, I know, but exactly, and that was ridiculous. But like again. The jury have to really look at this testimony because he was asking very, very specific questions to these use of force guys about hypothetical scenarios that he was then, and that's why this guy needed to mock those hypothetical scenarios, really, really dig it into the hypothetical scenarios that he was bringing up and how they have nothing to do with this case, because ultimately what he said, the guy who is using now, ultimately what he said was, well, yeah, but he didn't use, the use of force was unreasonable in this case. No matter what I'm saying about, yeah, in this circumstance and that circumstance, this is, you're able to do this. Personally, I think that guy should be fired, and anyone, you know, he trained Chauvin, but, you know, whatever. But he said, the guy who trained Chauvin said, it wasn't reasonable. I didn't teach him that. That's not what I taught him. Yes, there are scenarios where you can do this, but this wasn't one of them. But anyway, we'll see if the prosecution bring that out, and if the jury is able to really follow the evidence and remember that this guy's closing arguments is not what happened. If you're talking about perspective versus perception, his perception of testimony is ridiculous.
Yeah, and
like, of what they were actually saying is just, it's not true.
Because I got a ticker already that the jury is already deliberating, so We'll see what happens.
We'll see. He's done a good. Again, I've always said he's a good lawyer. He's done a good
Lieutenant
job.
Mercer agreed
but-
that there are circumstances where I talked about this a little earlier ago, where you have to make a decision. Is it worth the risk to take the handcuffs off to perform medical aid? He said there are circumstances where you wouldn't put someone in a recovery position, depending upon the safety of people, including the crowd, while awaiting EMS. He described how crowds can make situations chaotic. Simply because a person is not actively resisting, that does not mean that you cannot use force. Right? Doesn't mean that you cannot use force. Simply because someone isn't stabbing you or punching you or shooting at you, it doesn't mean that you can't use force. And that is specifically in the Minneapolis Police Department policy.
Oh, he's going all over the place now.
Use of force. We've looked at
But they're using deadly use of force. That's the whole point.
The use of force is an incredibly difficult analysis. You can't limit it to 9 minutes and 29 seconds. It started 17 minutes before that 9 minutes and 29 seconds. All of this information has to be taken. You have to look at it from the totality of the circumstances. You have to look at it from the reasonable police officer standpoint. You have to take into account that officers are human beings capable of making mistakes in highly stressful situations.
Holy shit. Are they serious with this?
In this case, the totality of the circumstances that were known to a reasonable police officer in the precise moment the force was used demonstrates that this was an authorized use of force, as unattractive as it may be.
How can you argue that when 9 people have told you that they haven't? You've got one person saying that they did. This is
5 officers on a panel to assess whether uses of force are reasonable. Sometimes it's 4-1, sometimes it's 3-2, sometimes it's 5-0, because the reasonableness of the use of force is not an easy thing to consider.
So then a police officer can never be guilty.
I know, again, I'm sorry, I'm long-winded.
If you have the right excuse, nope.
There are a couple of other things I need to talk about.
I don't understand what you're so a police officer can't be guilty under your
first is that concept of
consideration. I mean, there's got to be an objective standard, and he's right to a certain degree. It is too loose, but even by the loose standards, Chauvin is guilty.
Words have meaning. Intentionally or intentional means that the defendant either has the purpose to do the thing or cause the result specified, or believes that the act, if successful, will cause the result. In addition, the defendant must have knowledge of those facts that are necessary to make his conduct criminal and that are set forth after the word intentionally, intentional. It's the same, you'll see a very similar instruction. You'll see this very similar instruction twice. Intent. Did Officer Chauvin intentionally apply unlawful force? That's what you're being asked to decide. Did he purposefully apply unlawful force to an
objection? Not what it's not what they are. Again, that's not the charge. He's not
intentionally perform an act that was eminently dangerous. Right? What considerations do you have at your disposal? What pieces of evidence do you have? I'm going to try to go through these quickly. What evidence is there? What evidence is inconsistent?
It's not what they actually are arguing that is
some facts and circumstances that are important for you to decide in terms of his intent is within the context of aiding, abetting other people. First, officers know that they are being videotaped. They know they're being videotaped by themselves. They know they're being videotaped by bystanders. They know they're being surveilled by Minneapolis.
So do loads of criminals.
Right? They know these things.
So do a lot of criminals.
Do something purposefully that you know is an unlawful use of force when you have 4 body-worn cameras immediately in the area.
Yeah, because you know that you'll get a lawyer like you to basically get you off. Like if you
reviewed through
he's already
owned camera,
this is the thing.
Where there are surveillance cameras.
This is why his history of use of force was really important.
Know they're being watched.
Because he's got away with it before.
Officer Lane offered to have, when they were putting Mr. Floyd into the squad car, he said, "I'll sit with you. I'll put the window down. I'll turn on the air conditioner."
I'm just claustrophobic. That's it.
Well, you're still going in the car.
Anything sharp on you? I won't do nothing to hurt y'all. No, sir. Nothing. I don't have nothing. Why y'all doing me like that, Mr. Officer? Please, crack it for me and stuff, man. I am claustrophobic for real, Mr. Officer.
You got him?
Please crack it for me. Please.
Yes, I'm cracking.
Stay with me, man.
I will.
Please stay with me, man. Thank you. Wow, man. I didn't know I was doing that, man. Please, man. I didn't know my hands. Please. I don't do none of y'all, man. Nothing.
You got it?
I'm listening.
So he checked him. He has nothing dangerous on him. Yeah, so he has nothing on him. No threat.
I'll roll the windows down, man.
Please don't do that. Take a seat. I'm going in, Mr. Officer. I'm going in. You're not. I gotta go in. Take a seat.
Grab a seat, man.
Mine, I don't believe me, Mr. Officer.
Take a seat.
I'm not that kind of guy. I'm not that kind of guy, man.
Take a seat.
Y'all, I'm gonna die here.
Take a seat.
I'm gonna die, man.
You need to take a seat right now.
And I just had COVID, man. I don't want to drink to that.
Hey, I'll roll the windows
No.
down. Hey, listen.
Dang, man.
Listen.
I'm not that kind of guy.
I'll roll the windows down
Please,
and put
man.
your legs in, all right?
Y'all
I'll put the air on.
stop. Look at that. Look at that.
Not even listening.
Look at it. Look at it.
Roll the window down 3 times. We'll turn on the air conditioning. Is that evidence of intent to apply unlawful force?
That isn't Derek Chauvin.
Confirms that.
That isn't Derek Chauvin. That wasn't Derek Chauvin. What's that got to do with anything?
He tried to show that the officers had no ill intent when they, and since Chauvin's part, I know it has nothing to do with Chauvin at all.
Yeah, exactly.
He's trying to put them all in together as one, right? And then it's a far reach.
It is completely stupid. He uses they're not on trial at the moment. Your fucking client is on trial at the moment. Deal with what he did, not what they did. I hope the prosecution is writing this stuff down furiously, like, because this is unbelievable. Look at his fucking face when he said that as well. He knows he's fucking lying.
He's under arrest right now for forgery.
I'll tell you.
Tell me what's going on.
For what? For what? Please, man.
Officer Chauvin made a decision not to use higher levels of force when he would have been authorized to do that, including punches, kicks, elbows, right? All of these tools were available to Officer Chauvin. That is not an intent to purposefully use unlawful force.
Yeah, he's handcuffed. Why would you punch or kick him?
1 minute of putting him on the ground. They step it up within another minute and a half.
And my battery's running low, so if it cuts off, my battery just died.
He can breathe, and they say it repeatedly. Remember?
It doesn't. Again, it doesn't matter what he believes. That was part of the instruction. It was part of the instruction. Yeah, there's a bunch of people here you can see saying stupid stuff. But yeah, you can see in the instructions that it actually doesn't say that about him having the actual intention. He has to have the intention of actually, yeah, he's black, of course. He has to have the intention of actually doing the crime, right? Doing the criminal action, right? He doesn't
Yeah.
have to intend to. There's this. We've got some racist troll guy here.
Yeah, it's probably the same guy too.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Okay, so it's probably the so in terms of the law that he's actually talking about, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, I want to go back to it, but I'm pretty sure it was not about it wasn't about so the intention was to actually, like, not the intention to do the crime, but to do, I can't remember it actually. There was something specific I want to relate to, specifically about the instruction that the judge gave at the beginning, and the instruction of the manslaughter charge, right, versus the murder one charge. And it covered this, what he's talking about right now. It really did. And I'm so annoyed that I should have written it down somewhere, or had it kind of written down. But the instruction is not what he's saying it is, but I can't say that obviously because I don't have it in front of me. But
yeah, my battery is real low, so if you see me leave out the chat, that's why the battery died.
No, it's okay. Cool, man.
All right. Oh my God. I can't believe this.
Officer Chauvin is never swearing at him. He's not calling him names. All of this stuff that we've already talked about, and I don't need to go through this again. All of this stuff that we've talked about throughout the entirety of this circumstance does not reflect an intent to purposefully, intentionally commit an unlawful use of force. All the evidence shows that Mr. Chauvin thought he was following training. He was, in fact,
this is what I'm talking about. It doesn't matter what he thought he was doing. It's if he was doing the crime. You might not think you're robbing somebody, but if you might not think you're actually committing. Oh, he's gone. He's disappeared. Yeah, you might not think you're actually committing a crime, but you can still be committing that crime. It's that's not the way it works. If you, I don't know, there's certain people who don't know jaywalking is illegal. It's still illegal if you do it. There's certain people who might not know. They might not know that paying your taxes is something that if you don't pay your taxes, that's illegal. But it's still a crime if you commit that. So the fact of him not knowing that he's committing a crime has nothing to do with it.
He was trained this way. It all demonstrates a lack of intent. There is absolutely no evidence that Officer Chauvin intentionally, purposefully applied unlawful force. Officer Chauvin is also refocusing the other officers, telling them they need to do things to pay attention to Mr. Floyd. put his stuff in the car. No, we need to get him in the ambulance. Let's refocus, right? Officer Chauvin had no intent to purposefully use, or he did not purposefully use unlawful force. These are officers doing their job in a highly stressful situation.
It's not that highly
According to the
stressful.
training, according to the
It really isn't that highly stressful at all.
And it's tragic. It's tragic. They go to the hospital. They perform CPR. They call their supervisors. Was this an eminently dangerous act? Was putting Mr. Floyd an eminently dangerous act? We
Yes.
know a lot about the prone position. Consider just the basic prone position. People sleep in the prone position. People suntan in the prone position. People get massages in the prone position. The prone position in and of itself is not an inherently dangerous act. It is not an inherently dangerous act. A prone position during restraint is not an inherently dangerous act. It is routinely trained and used by the Minneapolis Police Department. The studies show, right? Canadian studies that were referenced by Dr. Fowler. 1,269 cases, use of force, one death of a person not in the prone position. Right? These are people, they're looking at people in the prone position. 4,828 consecutive force events. No significant clinical effects on the subject's physiology. Right? We can look at all of the other studies trying to determine this question is putting a subject in the prone position, even with officers on top, even with weight on top of the person, is that inherently dangerous? And the research says no. The practical experience says yeah, that says no. The prone position, when applied through use of force, is not an eminently dangerous act because there is no evidence.
What about with your neck and the knee on someone's neck?
Highly likely, that's the standard, highly likely to cause death.
Knee on neck?
Reasonable doubt about that.
Knee on neck.
So let's talk about the cause of death. And again, I'm sorry to be long-winded, but I have to address the cause of death. Because the state neglected to read perhaps one of the most important sentences from the instruction and why you must read the instruction carefully. Yes, the defendant is criminally liable for all of the consequences of his actions that occur in the ordinary and natural course of events, including those consequences brought about by one or more intervening causes. If such intervening causes were the natural result of the defendant's act. Right? So if the intervening causes were the natural consequences of the defendant's acts, is liable. So think about it in this example. Police officer arrests somebody. He puts that person on a hot August afternoon in the back seat of a squad car, rolls up the window, turns on the heat, and leaves the person in there, right? Person dies of a heat stroke. Officer put him in there and is responsible for the natural consequences of his actions. But consider the situation where police officer arrests someone, they're compliant, they go into the backseat of the squad car, they're sitting in the backseat of the squad car, and they have a heart attack. They have a pulmonary embolism. They have a brain aneurysm. Something happens to that person that was not the natural consequence of being arrested. It was just a physiological something that happened to that individual. The officer is not liable because it's not in the natural course of events, and it's not the natural result of the defendant's act. Right? So again, read the entire instruction. The significance of this instruction, again, is that it goes through all of the three charges. You have to be convinced that the defendant's actions caused the death of Mr. Floyd. And throughout the course of this trial, the state has tried and called numerous witnesses to try to convince you that asphyxiation is the singular cause of death. The singular cause of death. And why is that? It's because actions that happened before Mr. Floyd was arrested that had nothing to do with Officer Chauvin's activities are not the natural consequences of the defendant's actions. You have to focus on the consequence of the defendant's acts. And so the state has tried to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that the stress of being arrested and the adrenaline produced as a result of Mr. Floyd's physical resistance played no role. This is what they have to try to convince you. There's no role of that physical exertion, played no role in this death. They're trying to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Floyd's heart disease played no role in this case.
You didn't say that.
Convince you
Again, they didn't say that.
Reasonable doubt that Mr. Floyd's history of hypertension played absolutely no role in the cause of Mr. Floyd's death. The state must convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Floyd was not experiencing excited delirium that contributed to the cause of his death.
Which they did
The
because
state has to
of
convince you
scientific
beyond a
proof.
reasonable doubt that Mr. Floyd's paraganglioma was not contributing to the cause of death. The state must convince you beyond reasonable doubt that Mr. Floyd's toxicology played no role in his death. Right? The state would have to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that a combination of these pre-existing issues did not contribute to Mr. Floyd's death. That is why the state has brought in expert after expert after expert to testify that the singular cause of death here is asphyxiation. Because if Mr. Floyd was asphyxiated as a result of the police restraint, he is liable for the natural consequences of that restraint, of his actions. But if any of these other factors come into it, if any of these other factors were substantial contributing factors of Mr. Floyd's death, because they were not the natural result of the restraint. The person has drugs in their system, and that drug causes an overdose in the context of the police restraint. It's not the natural consequence of the restraint. It's the natural consequence of the deceased.
And what about CPR? What about
so the state has called
what about not doing your duty of care? I don't understand this. This is
Dr. Baker.
What a ridiculous argument.
The state
and people might fall for this as well. I'm so shocked that people are going to fall for this.
Said that you need to apply common sense to the evaluation of the medical testimony. He testified that Mr. Floyd died exclusively from positional asphyxia, coronary artery disease, hypertension, controlled substances. They played absolutely no role in the death, according to Dr. Chauvin. State called Dr. Eisenschmidt, a toxicologist, to explain to you that Mr. Floyd's toxicological levels were somehow more consistent with a DWI case than a whole bunch of other cases that may or may not have involved an overdose, right? Remember the ratio where you said, well, no, these are cases, they may have died of something else. They may have died of a gunshot wound, but they had fentanyl in their system. So he gave you these strange statistics, but essentially attempting to try to convince you that these levels are insignificant. People drive their cars around, right?
This guy is good because he's using the actual. He's arguing against the strongest things of the state.
An emergency room physician, right?
He just gave an emotional plea. I don't understand what the prosecution were doing with this closing argument.
And that coronary artery.
This is a closing argument.
Hypertension, controlled substances, none of that comes into play. He called Dr. Thomas, a pathologist, to testify how she interpreted what Dr. Baker meant. How she concluded that Dr. Baker simply said that the cardiopulmonary arrest is the basic way everybody dies. And she interpreted the reason why Dr. Baker put those factors on his autopsy or on the death certificate were merely for statistical purposes. You put stuff, the CDC requires us to put that stuff on there. And it was an asphyxial death. Controlled substances played no role. Hypertension played no role. Coronary artery disease played no role. They did call Dr. Baker. We'll talk about Dr. Baker in a minute. And finally, the state called Dr. Rich, a cardiologist who concluded that despite a 90% narrowing of the right coronary artery and a 75% narrowing in the left anterior descending artery, despite an enlarged heart and a history of hypertension, that Mr. Floyd had a strong heart, and that none of those pre-existing and coexisting conditions in any way contributed.
Yes, because he's a heart specialist and he would know. So he said that, yes, I don't think so.
I submit to you that the testimonies of Dr. Tobin, Eisenschmidt, Schmack, Thomas, and Rich, it flies in the absolute face of reason and common sense. It's astounding, especially when you consider the actual findings of Dr. Baker, right? Because Dr. Baker is the only person who actually performed the autopsy in this case. He's the only person who performed the actual autopsy.
That doesn't matter. He's not an expert in the.
Avoided watching the video because he didn't want to bias or influence his autopsy.
Yeah, but he's not a breath expert. This guy could use the thing.
That there was no evidence of asphyxia. There were no evidence of petechial hemorrhaging. There was no bruising to the neck or back above the skin,
it doesn't.
under the skin, or into the cutaneous muscles of the neck and back. Would expect to see those things in a case like this. There was no finding that.
This is nonsense. They've already gone over this, that there doesn't have to be any. It depends on the type of asphyxiation that you will actually see signs like bruises, damaging, petechial hemorrhaging, that you won't see that all the time, depending on the type of way that somebody's breathing is restricted. You're not going to see that from somebody putting a pillow over you, right? You're not going to see bruises on the neck from that, or petechial hemorrhaging. You're not going to see that from a pillow being placed over your face. It's the same thing, that a knee to the back of the neck in a certain way that's restricting your breathing, that's narrowing your airwaves, right? When you're pressed against another surface, is not going to show any necessarily show any bruising. This has already been spoken about. But anyway, he has to do this. But the state can annihilate this if they want to, and they haven't so far. He's done a much better job than the state.
Pressure was applied to the point of Mr. Beck caused these injuries. There were no injuries to the structures of his neck, and that when he finally did review the video, it didn't appear that the placement of the knee affected the structures of the neck, because Mr. Floyd could lift up his head, turn his head, move it around. He saw no fractures to the structures of the neck, including the hyoid bone. There were no soft tissue injuries to the sides of Mr. Floyd's neck. There was no hemorrhaging or injury to the hypopharynx. No evidence of life-threatening injury to the neck or spinal column of Mr. Floyd. There was pulmonary edema, which is the swelling of the lungs, which could be caused by the resuscitative efforts or fentanyl. There's no evidence of hypoxic changes to the brain. There's no evidence of any brain injury consistent with an asphyxia death. He found a paraganglioma, and he said it was an incidental finding. He said his heart was enlarged. Mr. Floyd's heart was enlarged, right? Dr. Baker, Dr. Thomas, Dr. Rich, Dr. Fowler all agreed. He found narrowing of the right coronary artery, 90% narrowing. He found 75% narrowing of the left anterior descending artery. He's the person who sent out the toxicology samples. Fentanyl level at 11 nanograms per milliliter. Methamphetamine at 0.19 per millimeter. All of these findings that are ultimately relied upon by all of these other experts were done by Dr. Baker. He determined that the manner of death was a homicide, right? Homicide, homicide, homicide. But read the definition again of the medical definition of homicide. It is to be emphasized that the classification of homicide for the purposes of the death certificate is a neutral term and neither indicates nor implies criminal intent, which remains a determination within the province of the legal processes. Right? The fact that he found this a homicide is a medical term. Dr. Fowler talked about the undetermined manner. Could not be determined is a classification used when the information pointing to one manner of death is no more compelling than one or more other competing manners of death in or through consideration of all available information.
This guy, man.
Dr. Baker found the immediate cause of death and the other contributing factors.
So,
cardiopulmonary
wait a second. So your guy
and neck compression.
Let me get this straight. Your guy wasn't the guy who did the medical examination, right? He says it's a homicide. Your guy says it was undetermined. But I thought the primacy goes to the guy who did the medical examination. Surely the primacy of who by your own admission, the primacy of who we should believe should be to the guy who did the no, forget who's the more of an expert. Forget that this guy's a breathing expert, that he could look at the video, do tests to prove his point of why, in fact, the breathing shows that George Floyd didn't die in specific ways that the prosecution is saying or the defense is saying, and that the defense was not able to put up an expert to rebuttal any of what Dr. Tobin or the heart specialist said. They just put up a guy who said, oh, everything's undetermined. But by your own admission, the primacy goes to the medical examiner. You said the medical examiner, yeah, he's the one who must be telling the truth. So your undetermined guy, the doctor who says it's undetermined, then is wrong, because he wasn't a person who did the autopsy. And the autopsy said the manner of death was homicide, and it does not imply criminal intent. But it does, criminal intent is, did they intend to do it? Right? Like a 9-year-old, is shooting a gun that he thinks is a play gun, is a toy gun. Now, the criminal, you could say the manner of death, if the 9-year-old shoots a gun at somebody and they die, well, that's a homicide. But did the 9-year-old have criminal intent? Absolutely not. He thought it was a toy gun. But the manner of death is a homicide by way of gun wound. Right? There is a logic to what the medical examiner is saying, and it doesn't apply to this case. When he says homicide, and it doesn't imply criminal intent, it's that you need to investigate what happened to determine what the individual who committed the homicide state of mind was, or whatever. That's what I'm reading in that. I don't know. I don't know. In terms of what actually. I have to read the law again. I'm very interested.
Sclerotic and hypertensive heart disease,
See the
fentanyl
law comes to
intoxication,
this.
and recent methamphetamine use. The term complicated in this is important because Dr. Baker was able to give you what he said his actual intent was, right? Dr. Thomas speculated about what she thought Dr. Baker meant. Dr. Baker was able to tell you what he meant. He defined complicating as an intervention that occurred. An intervention occurred and there was an untoward outcome on the heels of that intervention. And he gave you a specific example. He described a person having a hip surgery and a blood clot comes loose, and that blood clot causes a death. The hip surgery didn't cause the death. The death was caused by the blood clot that complicated the surgery. So as I understand his testimony, what Dr. Baker was saying was that there was an unexpected result. The death of Mr. Floyd occurred during an event where you would not generally expect such a complication, subdual and restraint. He specifically testified, Dr. Baker specifically testified that if he put it on the death certificate, it played a role in the death. If something is insignificant to death, you don't put it on the death certificate. So Dr. Baker's conclusions that Mr. Floyd's arteriosclerotic and hypertensive disease played a role in the death of Mr. Floyd. Dr. Baker concluded that Mr. Floyd's fentanyl intoxication played a role. Dr. Baker concluded that Mr. Floyd's recent methamphetamine use played a role. Right? Dr. Baker described that this death of Mr. Floyd was a multifactorial process. A multifactorial process is how he defined it. No single factor, one over the other, played any more of a role resulting in Mr. Floyd's death. He said his heart simply couldn't handle it within the context of the subdual and restraint. Apparently, the state, as they just argued, wants you to believe what you see. And they did not like Dr. Baker's conclusions. And you can see the process Dr. Baker talked about when he had several meetings, right? This happened in March. It happened in May, June, July, August. Talk to a pulmonologist. Talk to an emergency room doctor. Not within my area of expertise. Talk to a cardiologist, right? His findings didn't support the notion that what you see is what you should believe. And so the state did that. They went and hired Dr. Chauvin, right? A pulmonologist. Now, despite all of the information that Dr. Baker has concluded were found during the actual autopsy, Dr. Chauvin concluded emphatically that Mr. Floyd's death was the result of positional asphyxia, right? Pressure of the asphalt, pressure of the weight of the officers, positions, all of this resulted in hypoxia, low oxygen to the brain. Mr. Floyd was asphyxiated through positional asphyxia. Remember at the beginning of my remarks, I asked you to perform an honest assessment of all of the evidence in the case. And I'm going to submit to you that with no other witness should this be more carefully analyzed. I want to illustrate two brief things that Dr. Tobin testified about. And I want to illustrate how I think that these demonstrate a bias, because you still have to consider an expert witness in the context of bias. I'm going to call it the finger and knuckle testimony and the toe lifting testimony. You may remember this slide, right? That this slide shows George Floyd pushing his fingers against the street to lift his shoulder off the street, that he was pushing his knuckles against the tire. Right? He described what he interpreted this was basically Mr. Floyd trying to push himself up onto his left side to free the right lung to help him breathe. Look at the timestamp of the photos taken from the body-worn camera here. They were taken at 8:19:35, 15 seconds after Mr. Floyd was placed on the ground. Yet Dr. Tobin also explained that Mr. Floyd went on to breathe for an additional 5 minutes and 51 seconds until he took his last breath at 8:25.
Yeah, but they stopped him from,
He neglects the fact that at this point, this is the point we just saw, when Mr. Floyd is taken out of the car and he is actually in the side recovery position for about the first 2 minutes of this 9 minutes and 29 seconds.
No, he isn't.
Not moving.
Mama. Mama.
Yeah,
Mama.
lay out.
Mama.
One of the front couches
Mama.
on my right side bag.
Mama. Mama.
You're the rest guy.
All right. All right. Oh my God.
Are you going to
I can't believe this. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. I can't believe this, man. Mama, I love you.
That is.
Please, I love you.
That is.
My kid, I love you. I'm dead.
Why is it my side? It's listed. It's
I can't breathe for nothing, man. It's cold blooded, man.
How is that in the? Did he just say that for 2 minutes he was
I can't do nothing.
he was in the recovery position?
I can't breathe, man. Please. Please let me stand.
No.
Please, man, I can't breathe.
Get up on the sidewalk, please. One side or the other, please.
My face getting bad.
That is the perspective on the. That's a poor perspective on the actual video. It makes it look like he's lying upwards. It's nonsense.
How can you take this? Illustrates how you can take a single nanosecond of time in this arrest. You can have this testimony that he's pushing his body up to try to breathe, right? But when you look at the evidence compared to the rest of the evidence, what do you really see? You see a person who is on his side, being held in the side recovery position, whose hand is touching the ground and the tire at times. You cannot take a single isolated frame and reach any conclusions, because much like the use of force, cause of death has to be considered within the totality.
Absolute nonsense.
And then you may remember this testimony. This is Officer Chauvin's foot off.
When did a medical person
and he described how at this precise moment, Officer Chauvin was applying 91.5 pounds of pressure to the neck of Mr. Floyd. So let's look at this time in the context of the other evidence.
His whole nose is
Why you just sitting there? He ain't doing right now. Put him in the car.
How long y'all gotta hold him down?
Why would you do drugs, kids? It's not about drugs, bro. You understand that?
Did anybody even see the toe come up off the ground? I mean, was it half a second, a quarter of a second, right? But when you take a single incident, a single frame, and you add the drama, and you make all of the assumptions, right? Officer Chauvin's body weight, Mr. Floyd's EELV. He's the only person who calculated the EELV based upon the presumptions of health, based upon studies, based upon theory. All of this information, you can put this into a single frame, but you have to analyze the evidence in the broader context.
He did analyze the evidence in the broader context.
That Officer Chauvin actually is sort of adjusted forward and touches this car, right? You can make a lot of informed decisions about how is he shifted. If I'm shifting my weight this way, majority of my weight is shifting on my left foot. If I'm this way, it's on my right foot. You watch this video and you can see the dynamic shifting. And you can see the placement of the toes, right? The toe tucked under helps an officer maintain his weight, or helps any person maintain their weight. But a toe flopped over to the side, it's a little hard to balance. You cannot take a single frame and draw conclusions. You have to look at the totality. And remember, he said he spent 150 hours analyzing this tape. His entire testimony is filled with theory, speculation, assumption. Do not let yourselves be misled by a single still frame image. Put the evidence in its proper context. We have to talk about the toxicology. Again, we're not suggesting that this was an overdose death, right? It's a multifactorial process, as Dr. Baker said. So we have to look at what role does the toxicology play in this case. And you need, because again, we had Dr. Eisenschmidt who testified that he found that the levels of fentanyl and methamphetamine were more consistent with this DUI population. But what do we know about the actual toxicology? There were 11 nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl and 0.19 nanograms of methamphetamine. Those are the principal two findings. And additionally, what we know is that the byproduct of methamphetamine, which is amphetamine, was not reported at the levels. Doesn't mean it wasn't technically there, but it was not reported. So it's below threshold reporting values, which signifies that the methamphetamine use was recent. Hence, in Dr. Baker's death certificate, he included the recent methamphetamine use because there was no amphetamine. The history of Mr. Floyd's use of controlled substances, it is significant. It's not a character problem. Millions of Americans suffer from the opioid crisis, right? I mean, it is a true crisis that this.
So you should kneel on their neck because of that. Jesus Christ!
It's significant to understand.
Stop trying to be empathetic.
Not just as much as the long-term history, but his long-term history provides us with insight on how his body physically reacts to methamphetamine or opioid use, I should say, opioid use within the context of a law enforcement encounter. We know from the testimony of Courtney Ross that Mr. Floyd struggled. We know he had been using controlled substances habitually for some time. We know that on May 6th of 2019, during an encounter with the police, Mr. Floyd ingested some controlled substances, said they were Percocets. He was startled by the police, like he was in this case, Officer drew his gun in that case too. And that resulted in a blood pressure of 216 over 160. I mean, that's not just high, that is skyrocketing high. We know from Miss Ross that in March of 2020, they purchased some pills that were supposed to be Percocets, an opioid, but they were clearly knockoffs. She described that. They were clearly knockoffs. She described how those pills made her feel. They kept her up all night, right? The introduction of the methamphetamine. We know from Miss Ross that in March of 2020, Mr. Floyd was seen for a drug overdose. She described how he felt in that instance. She said his whole body hurt, his stomach hurt. We know, based on, again, from Miss Ross, that he was clean and sober for some time while they were in quarantine. We know that Miss Ross again described taking about a week before a similar pill to the one that they had back in March. Kept her up again all night, right?
What's that got to do with him?
We know, again, from Miss Ross, that those pills were purchased from Maurice Hall. She described going to a hotel. While Mr. Floyd went into the hotel, she was on the phone with him. She heard Maurice Hall's voice. We know Mr. Floyd was with Maurice Hall on May 25th, 2020. We heard from the store clerk, Christopher Martin. He described Mr. Floyd as being high. His responses were delayed, right? He may have been, standing around. He may have been standing up. He may have been able to have communications. But Mr. Martin clearly described him as being high.
He deserves to be killed,
Chauvin
therefore.
Hill that when they got back into the car, right, they had a conversation for a few minutes, and suddenly Mr. Floyd fell asleep. All of these things become important. That he had trouble. They had trouble waking him up. She called her daughter for a ride because they couldn't wake Mr. Floyd up. They couldn't keep him awake. We heard how Mr. Martin described Mr. Floyd when he went back to the car and how he was, no, he wasn't speaking, right? He kept putting his head back and shaking his head. We know from Peter Chang's body-worn camera that Maurice Hall also described that Mr. Floyd was dozing off.
He got jealous because he was falling asleep a little bit, and then when he woke up, they was up.
Right? We know that whether Mr. Floyd was chewing gum while he was in the store, we can also see he was eating a banana. Right? He bought a banana.
Okay, where are we going with this?
So we know when we look at this picture, right, there's something in Mr. Floyd's mouth. Is it gum? Is it banana? Is it drugs? Nobody knows, right? But regardless of whether it's drugs, bananas, or gum in this incident, we know that there were pills in the car, right? We know that there were drugs in the car. We know those pills were later tested to be a combination of methamphetamine and fentanyl. That's what was in Mr. Floyd's system. It's relevant because it's what was in his system. These are the pills that were found. We know at some point Mr. Floyd was handcuffed. His hands were behind his back. It would have been physically impossible to put anything in his mouth at that point. And we know that in the squad car, 320 were pills. We know those pills were analyzed. We know those pills consisted of fentanyl. We know those pills consisted of fentanyl and we know those pills consisted of fentanyl and methamphetamine. We know that Mr. Floyd's salivary DNA was found on those pills.
So
how much fentanyl does it take to kill? This is from the Minneapolis Police Department's training. Approximately 2 to 3 milligrams. Smaller than a penny. This is from the squad car. You can look at these pictures closely during the course of your evidence. There is a video of Mr. Floyd when Mr. Floyd is being subdued by and restrained by the police. Mr. Maurice Hall reaches into his bag. He's looking through the windows. We watch it, and then he throws something. Right? We know that Mr. Floyd had drugs in his mouth. We know that some percentage of that would have been consumed and absorbed into his system. We don't know how much he took before, right? We don't know when he took an earlier dose in relation, because fentanyl had actually started to metabolize in his, so fentanyl was longer before. For the medical experts to minimize the timing and the amount of illicit drugs that were found in Mr. Floyd's bloodstream, it is just simply incredible to me. It is incredible to me. Every single doctor testified that relevant to the absence of signs of fentanyl overdose weren't present because he was alert, he was talking. But it ignores what Shawanda Hill and Maurice Hall says, right? That he was all of a sudden asleep and difficult to wake up. It ignores the fact that the combination of these two drugs, methamphetamine is a powerful stimulant. Fentanyl is a powerful sedative. They use it for surgeries. Every single doctor dismissed outright. No, nothing about this case. Well, it was only 0.19 nanograms per milliliter. It's such a small amount of methamphetamine in his system. It's a vasoconstrictor. It causes the heart's arteries to constrict even tighter. Doesn't matter. Every single doctor just brushed it aside, said it would have no effect. I asked, would any of those doctors prescribe illicit methamphetamine to their patients? Would they give it to their children? Would they give it to their elderly parents with a 90%?
You've just fucked yourself.
Coronary artery?
You've just reminded them again and again that every single doctor said you're wrong.
Dr. Rich.
You said every single doctor said you're wrong, basically. Let's just remind everyone. Every single doctor said he was wrong. And he, a lawyer, is claiming some kind of medical expertise now to be able to make this kind of claim. Ridiculous.
The only one who said, I would never recommend to my patients that they take any amount of illicit methamphetamine. It is preposterous. That it's a preposterous notion that this did not come into play here.
It's not preposterous at all.
Half-hour break for lunch. I don't want to interrupt your argument, but
I apologize. It's
members of the jury, 30 minutes for lunch, please. Thank you.
We're now in a break here in these closing arguments in the state of Minnesota versus.
Go on, tell me that the prosecution did a good job.
As you just saw, Judge Cahill is calling pause.
Please tell me. I want these
pause
fucking guys to
up.
tell me that the prosecution did a good job, because the prosecution, in comparison to the defense, is looking pretty fucking bad right now.
Once they come back. It's
He only started losing
steam
steam at the end.
3:10 here on the East Coast. And so the jury has been sitting for a long time this morning, absorbing a lot of information. Here's what's yet to come. Eric Nelson will wrap up his case, and then the prosecution can address jurors one last time before they begin their deliberations. This is a special report from the newsroom of the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. Let's go to my panel of guests, Rhonda Colvin, Eugene Scott, and James Holman. Thanks to all of you for being here. James, I want to start with you. So, this defense is actually lasting a lot longer than many people anticipated it would, because the defense has been fairly perfunctory prior to today. But let's get at the main points that Eric Nelson is trying to drive home to the jury. Where is he trying to pull at these threads of doubt, James?
Yeah, Libby, the main thing is that he's trying to argue in the first hour, really hour and a half, arguing that what he did was what a reasonable officer would do, that you can't just look at the 9.5 minutes that he had George Floyd under his knee, that you have to look at the 17 minutes leading up to that. You have to look at what he saw and put yourself in his shoes. And then he basically has walked through the prosecution's witnesses almost to a person and tried to puncture holes in them, to try to raise a little doubt here and a little doubt there. And he has tried to redefine the jury instructions in sort of the maximalist way possible for his client. So you heard him start by sort of defining reasonable doubt as the highest standard that there is, higher than the standard to take away your children, and that kind of thing. And basically he's trying to present this to the jury as, if you believe that everything I'm saying is unreasonable, then you can vote to convict. But if you think anything I'm saying is reasonable, then you have to vote not to convict. Now, it makes sense that he's saying that. He's the defense lawyer. That's not really what the jury instructions say. And that's why it will be really interesting to watch, coming up after the lunch break and after Nelson finishes, the prosecution's refutation.
Yeah, James, I want to stay on this for a moment, because the way that Eric Nelson is talking about it, he's telling the jury that the state has to prove, prosecutors have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, that any of these other factors like heart disease or hypertension or drug use played no role.
That's not true either.
And that's not what we've heard.
Thank you.
The bar of proof
Thank
is.
you.
I was frankly a little surprised that the prosecution didn't object, but
For
perhaps
fuck's
saying
sake.
that for their opportunity to
exactly
rebut
what I was saying.
Nelson is telling the jury right now. Your thoughts on
told
that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think
it's
the prosecution
ridiculous. They
knows
should have been
to
objecting
rebuttal.
there.
They also know that the jury instructions are written out in black and white, that the jury will have them. The judge is going to reiterate them at greater length after the lawyers have finished their presentations today, before they start their deliberations. And so yes, but you're right that it is what he's just saying is the standard is not the standard, but he's trying to emphasize some of the phrases that the prosecution didn't emphasize, to say you have to look at the whole jury instructions. But even that is still, frankly, extraordinarily misleading about what actually is the burden of proof for the state when it comes to the most significant charge, which is second-degree murder.
All right, let's bring in our crime and courts reporter, Keith Alexander. Now,
I'm surprised he didn't object. Thank you. A chick with actually a brain.
One of the things that really jumped out at me, when I talk to defense attorneys, I talk to prosecutors, one of the first things they tell me is that 40 minutes to an hour is as long as you have to hold jurors and tell them what your argument is. And so far, Nelson has gone on for over 2.5 hours. And that's very interesting. Also, what's very interesting to me is that Nelson has not really attacked, or let me rephrase, he waited until about an hour and a half or 2 hours into his closing before he actually began attacking the evidence. Usually defense attorneys come right out of the gate and they put up on a board, or they'll say, the prosecution is saying X, but the evidence showed Y. The prosecution said this, and the evidence showed that's not the case. That didn't happen here. It was very interesting to see that tactic. Also, again, 2.5 hour close. Yes, the government does have more time to do a rebuttal, but how are jurors really paying attention to all of this information?
Because he's very, very charismatic.
By the defense.
He's very, very charismatic, and he's doing it very logical.
Don't believe what you see. Don't believe what the witnesses said.
You're an idiot.
Because they don't have the full picture. So
this guy shouldn't even be here talking.
All of this information in, and it's not until now when Nelson is really starting to attack the evidence piece by piece.
He's been doing that all through. I don't know what you're talking about.
That Eric Nelson played so much of the video and the footage. I mean, he was trying to sort of show and highlight different things, but ultimately, it's so painful for anyone to watch, regardless of whether the jury thinks this is guilt or innocence, because you're watching a man in distress, you're watching his final moments of life, and it's traumatizing. So we didn't see a whole lot of it played. We saw it played sparingly by the prosecution, but the defense is playing a lot of it.
Libby, you like reading my notes right here in front of me. I was going to say the exact same thing. You're hearing the audio. You're hearing this man in his dying breath call out for his mother again, over and over. Basically said, "I'm done." He realized he was dying, and you heard that over and over again. You saw the video over and over again. And again, I was talking to some of my defense attorneys, and even some prosecutors saying, "Is this wise?" Just like you said, Libby, is this wise to continue to put this video and the audio in front of the jury over and over again? And the defense attorneys I said, who I talked to, said they would never do that. They use stills to show that the foot was off the ground. They would do various things, but you would not use the video and the audio.
Yeah, because they're not as good defense lawyers as Nelson.
So
Nelson's actually a decent defense lawyer.
Were saying that was not a smart or wise or astute strategy.
Yeah, let's bring Eugene in on that.
It was a very, very good defense presentation.
Really, it's the jury that
they need to stop lying.
Innocence here. But they, just like us, are living through this, reliving it, watching this footage. And Nelson's asking the jury to not just take those 9 minutes and 29 seconds, but think about the 16 minutes preceding it, think about all the context leading up to it. And yet he is playing elements of those 9 minutes and 29 seconds again and again. What's your analysis of that?
Well, it appears that Nelson believes that time spent before those 9 minutes could somehow justify Chauvin's actions. And he wants the jury to understand that and to also believe that. The case that he is trying to make is that 9 minutes with the knee on Floyd's neck was not an isolated time. It was not an isolated incident. The challenge that he has is that even without even with additional footage and more context, which he continues to lean into, so many law enforcement officers and professionals and academics who understand force and witnesses understand and believe and know that the way that Chauvin behaved was not the way that law enforcement have been trained to behave or are expected to behave according to other Minneapolis police departments. And so what Nelson is trying to get these people to understand is that despite the testimonies of so many people who actually know better, if they see more, perhaps they will understand why Chauvin acted the way he did. And hopefully for them, that will lead to a verdict that benefits Chauvin.
And Eugene,
what about the 3 minutes?
Had a foreshadowing of this.
What about the 3 minutes?
Earlier in the day, this concept of George Floyd having superhuman strength, or the fear that Derek Chauvin had that Mr. Floyd could have superhuman strength. And we saw that sort of foreshadowed by Steve Schlesser, who tried to say very directly to the jurors that that doesn't exist. That's not something real. Really almost saying out loud the sort of whispered or hidden suggestion that this
all right, I'm going to end this stream in a second.
Man would somehow be this mortal risk in the mind of Chauvin, not just because of his size and his weight, but also, frankly, Eugene, because he's Black. And so let's talk about how Eric Nelson is trying to show the threat that Derek Chauvin believes George Floyd posed.
Well, by showing that the video, you know, showing a highly vocal and emotional Floyd, is meant to communicate to jurors that perhaps he was uncontrollable, that he needed excessive force because he was so big, he was so Black, and he was so emotional. And the challenge to that, the Nelson and the defense are going to face is that there's a strong belief among many people, as has been verbalized through these witnesses, social media, and outcries, that if you believe that people like Floyd are just so in need of excessive force because of who they are and how they look, then perhaps policing is not the best field for you. And so if Nelson is able to convince the jury that Chauvin acted in a way that was understandable or permissible or even acceptable, this could have very real implications regarding what is acceptable in policing in Minneapolis and perhaps beyond the Minneapolis greater area and the state.
Rhonda, I'd love your analysis on anything else you'd like to say about that, as well as sort of the medical testimony that we're eventually getting to here, the medical excuses that we hear Eric Nelson trying to lay out.
Yeah, well, what I've been thinking is that Nelson's closing argument here is coming after Steve Schlesser this morning said, believe your eyes. That's what he told the jury over and over again. Use your common sense. But Nelson is coming in right now and saying, are you really sure what you're seeing is what you're seeing? And he gave a lengthy description during his closing argument about his vantage points in the courtroom, how he can't see some of the jurors, and that changes the perception versus the perspective of something. So he really wants the jury and people also watching this to maybe question what we've all been very familiar with the scenes of this video. So this is also something he's done before too. Before, when he questioned some of the witnesses, he would play some video and would say, are you sure that Chauvin's knee is on his neck or is it really on the back? And then he would ask some witnesses, are you familiar with video bias, that you're not really seeing the full picture if you just look at one angle? So he is really playing this idea that, yes, there is so much video forensic evidence, but it's all coming from different angles. And you just seeing what you want to see? So that's something that he has teed up before today. But too, I believe it was Keith's point. I don't think it's insignificant that Nelson is going this long. And I think that really stood out to me because if you remember his opening statements, they were brief. If you look at the number of witnesses that the defense has had, they only had 7. They wrapped up their case in about 48 hours. And to hear him go on in this closing argument, I think speaks to his understanding of this moment, knowing that this is the last effort he really has. And he may even be understanding what a lot of legal experts have been saying about the state's case, that it's pretty strong right now. And I also want to point this out too. I'm not going to speculate, but this is the first time I think we've seen Chauvin with his mask off. And I think that also speaks to the moment, because this is him in front of these jurors who are going to be weighing his future.
Great point, Rhonda. We'll talk more about that in just a moment, but I want to follow on something that Rhonda talked about, which is this question of should you believe your eyes or not? Well, earlier today, prosecutor Steve Schlesser addressed that and said the jury should use common sense and watch the video evidence.
You've learned a lot about policies and procedures and tactics. You have to pull back and say, would, but for the defendant's actions pushing him down, would George Floyd have died that day? Was it drugs? He just miraculously die of a drug overdose in that time? Maybe it was the tailpipe. Maybe it was his enlarged heart. Maybe not. Use your common sense. Use your common sense. Believe your eyes. What you saw, you saw.
Rhonda Colvin, okay, so that was the prosecution. And then as you pointed out, we heard sort of the flip side of that, the defense trying to sort of analyze these moments, hone in on, is the foot off the ground? How long was it off the ground for, et cetera. I want to zero in on another aspect of this, Rhonda, which is the question of bystanders' role, right? And the people who witness this, their role. Eric Nelson specifically honed in on the moment that one of the witnesses, a pulmonologist, said that Dr. Tobin said he saw George Floyd was essentially taking his last breath. And Eric Nelson said, well, let's look at what else is going on around that moment. Let's look at how distracted and sort of dangerous seeming the crowd was to Derek Chauvin. What did you make of that?
Yeah, and he played that clip and he said, if you look at that moment, that timestamp of when Dr. Tobin said George Floyd gave his last breath, Chauvin
there was 3
got out
minutes
his
left
mace
after
and shook
that.
it at the crowd, and that indicated that he was feeling a level of threat of this crowd. And Nelson also mentioned that the off-duty firefighter, that was also the moment she stepped forward to try to help or get closer to the situation. So Nelson is saying that Chauvin just assessed the situation in that moment, seeing that the crowd perhaps threatened him, threatened his ability to police the situation. And so Nelson is sort of turning the tables here on the eyewitnesses and their involvement, which again is something that we've heard him talk about before, that a reasonable officer would assess the situation, assess the environment, and use the force according to what he is seeing.
You know what? Just as
How
well.
does a jury weigh all of this?
He
right?
wouldn't. He wouldn't really need to argue this if he could prove the point that Derek Chauvin's actions specifically didn't kill him. He needs all these multiple areas of doubt. So he needs to get doubt from he felt threatened. We all know he didn't feel threatened. We all know that crowd wasn't threatening, but he has to present it that way anyway, because he knows that the case against it, the medical, all the doctors, he said it himself, all the doctors said that the fentanyl, the drugs in their assessment, due to evidence that they painstakingly described, was not the reason for fentanyl was not the reason for his death. They showed the kind of things that the depression of the breath, what the kind of signs you'd see of that if it was from fentanyl use, and they showed it. He hasn't argued against that. He hasn't impeached that testimony. He's just said, in my opinion, as if he's some medical expert. These doctors are all talking rubbish. That's really what he said. So I mean, it's fascinating to me, and she's right as well, which I pointed out, that they never said that, because I thought I was going crazy. No one said that that none of his health could, if any of his health impacted his death, that doesn't make them criminally responsible. That's not the argument here. That's like saying if you kneeled on an old person, well, they may have died of old age. So their old age is the thing that it's a ridiculous argument. So obviously his health condition at a certain point is going to impact how he responds to a life-threatening action or a life-threatening thing. I mean, even when you get shot, some people get shot and they survive. They get shot in the exact same place. Some people survive, some people don't. That's because of their health condition prior to being shot. If you're a particularly healthy person, you might survive it. If you've got good, a good system, you might survive being shot. Like any type of death that you might incur or go through is your health determines whether you're going to survive that. Or potential death you go through, your health determines on whether you're going to survive that. There's lots of things that are going to impact you, but anyway.
So it just, you've covered so many
this guy, why are we listening to him?
In the course of your career here.
Please.
The jury's going to hear the wrapping up of Eric Nelson, and then they're going to get to hear the state, the prosecution, make one last case to convict Derek Chauvin. How do you weigh all of this sort of conflicting information and competing testimony?
That's a great question, Libby. A judge will tell the jurors, do not really focus on these arguments. Focus on the evidence. That past month of evidence that was presented before you. focus on that. You took notes, focus on your notes during the evidentiary part of the trial. And don't really focus too much on the arguments that are being placed here. But use your own mind, go back to the evidence that you saw that was presented to you. That's what most judges tell jurors to do. A couple of things that also just really jump out at me is that the whole, don't believe what you see or what you saw defense. A lot of people remember that was the argument that defense attorneys used in the Rodney King trial. Remember the video? Defense attorneys argued, don't believe what you're seeing on this video. These officers involved in this scuffle with Rodney King and beating Rodney King. Don't believe what you see. It really reflects back and it harkens back to the whole Rodney King case. And something else that you brought up that was a really good point.
Which means that
was very interesting that race has not come up yet. Everyone else is noticing it. We're noticing it. And I'm sure the jurors are noticing it. But you notice the prosecution stayed away from it. Even the defense, when Nelson talked about a lookout for the suspect, a tall man outside or inside of the store. Well, of course, race was used, a tall black man, but Nelson did not use race. That could really play into the minds of jurors that for some reason, everyone is staying away from race in this trial. And some jurors may try to figure out, well, why is this? What is going on? Particularly when race, for many jurors, believe that race is often an underlying influencer during these exchanges between suspect and a police officer.
Keith, stay with us because I want to play
again.
This is defense attorney Eric Nelson.
Is he just speaking words? Is he just talking words? It's good that they didn't bring race into it. That's a good thing that they haven't brought race into it as of yet. I don't know if they will in these closing arguments or in rebuttal, but it's definitely a good thing. They're just talking about what the force that this guy used on a person. That's all that you need to know about. And as for the Rodney King thing, they were acquitted. So again, if you're saying by that standard, then the defense lawyer again is doing a very good job.
Make mistakes. Let's watch.
All of this information has to be taken. You have to look at it from the totality of the circumstances. You have to look at it from the reasonable police officer standard. You have to take into account that officers are human beings capable of making mistakes in highly stressful situations.
So he made a mistake.
In this case, the totality of the circumstances that were known to a reasonable police officer in the precise moment was used.
I love this. This is beautiful.
Demonstrates
they're human beings capable of making mistakes. So he made a mistake then, right? What he did was a mistake. But then if what he did was a mistake, it's not what a reasonable officer would do. A reasonable officer would do always what is reasonable. They won't make the mistake. So again, if he made a mistake, he went against policy. If he went against policy, then that use of force was not justified. If it was not justified, it becomes a crime, assault. That's that's basically, by your own admission. Again, they should rip this guy apart. They should have been taking notes on what he was saying.
As unattractive as it may be. And this is reasonable doubt.
Keith, what's your analysis?
Why does she keep going to this guy?
Chauvin's attorney using that sort of language, at one point even saying that George Floyd's death was tragic.
Yes, it was very interesting to hear him say that. What basically Nelson is basically saying is that, my client was following the rules, and yes, mistakes happen, but he was following the rules, and he was following his training, and that's what he just kept arguing over and over again. Based on what the information that came to him during dispatch, based on his training, it's tragic what happened to Mr. Floyd, but my client was doing what he was trained to do.
Anyway, guys, I'm gonna go. It's been really, really interesting to watch.
As large as he is,
and
been on and been flailing around.
I will follow up to give my analysis
trying to
of
get across. Remember,
the
he's also arguing against false intent.
rebuttal
That's also
afterwards.
part of why he was
But
arguing this. That he
yeah,
wanted to stress to the jurors that there
thank
was
you,
no
thank you
intent
for
here.
staying with me.
That,
Thank you for
think
watching,
that
and
he was the cause of
we'll see
Steve
what
Fletcher's
happens.
death.
It's going to be
There was
interesting.
no intent.
I can't say that
That's
the
to be
defense
clear,
lawyer didn't do
because
a really
if the
good job.
jury comes
He has done
back
a really
with
good
a
job
second
thus far,
degree finding,
but it's all
that means
smoke
they
and mirrors.
believe that
Thanks
there was
very much.
intent
Bye.
for the assault. Remember, it's